evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Councilors, can I have a motion to return from recess?
Motion to return.
Motion has been made by the Vice Chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. And just a reminder, pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or view this meeting through our Facebook, YouTube, Channel 22 on Comcast, or Channel 42 through Verizon. At this point, we will proceed with the budget hearings. And this is the final night for the FY '27 budget hearing. Tonight we have the public library, the cemetery, the airports, the municipal airport, the Department of Public Works, and also the Department of Water and Sewer. And I can't seem to find my list, but I think let's go with the public library first.
This is missing. This is on my budget, but I think it might be.
We also have the parking enterprise fund tonight as well. Good evening, Director Abreu. I know some people pronounce it differently.
Yeah, honestly, Abreu, Abreu. I'm not related to any baseball players. Sorry, I wish I was, but I'm not.
All right, Director, walk us through your intro, and then we'll go into your budget. Just remind us what page your budget starts on, and then we'll get the hearing started.
Okay, Janella Abreu, 51 Lawrence Street, Lawrence, Massachusetts, Director of the Lawrence Public Library. With me today, I have my Assistant Director, Crystal Arias. In front of you on page 137 will be our public library expenditure and budget. I also had my team do the liberty of delivering you a package that does have supporting documentations regarding our budget hearing. Again, I do want to apologize. Our goal is to every year get this to you with more anticipated time in advance.
Hold on, sorry, I think, what is it? Is it
That is
one?
it, yes.
I think I
Do you
have mine
need
in
that?
the car. Do you
I have one copy here.
When I it is in the car.
It's
I
okay.
didn't realize it was supporting documents.
Yep, so we are
And then
emailing
it's
it.
an update.
That's perfectly fine. We are emailing it similarly to last one. One of the things we're trying to do is be, again, super transparent in alignment with our requests. A lot of this is just really knowledge in regards to what it is to meet the municipal appropriation requirement that we discuss as a library and to continue to be certified. So the number is the same. Our CAFL did specifically her duty to meet us right on the dot, not a penny more, not a penny less, in order to continue to get certified. Also, the union negotiation for our CBA was finalized, and a lot of those numbers are also reflected on this as well. Okay, I just want to make sure if you have any questions. So you'll see before you in the increase, in order for us to meet the MAR, which is the municipal appropriation requirement for the state of Massachusetts, our budget needed to be $1,736,582. Exactly. And we actually did meet that. In the supporting document for budget hearing, you will see what that was on. Not only were we meeting the CBA requirements, like our increase in the personnel, right? We were also meeting the increase or decrease specifically in staff development. And we were able to do that and increase the amount on education which would allow our staff members to expend, if anyone has not touched it, and to continue education, whether pursuing a master's degree, that $3,000 pool. What you will see here that's significantly different is that we are requesting an administrative position for an assistant director role. In this package, you will see the breakdown on how both assistant director roles do serve each other, but also work two different roles. I want to make this very clear, okay? I have in those supporting documentations, we are rebuilding what was taken down 15 years ago. There was always 2 assistant directors, there was always an administrative assistant, there was even an associate director at the branch. So we had 3 full positions, an associate director, 2 assistant directors, and an executive assistant. We are rebuilding what was taken down.
But also during, sorry to
Yes,
interrupt,
ma'am.
but also during that time, we had 2 public libraries opened. Right now, we have 1.
Correct. Still serving the same constituent number.
So just. still-
Two
still
different
putting it
infrastructure.
out there.
No, I will say that, remember, there was an associate director for that branch, not an assistant director, an associate director. Before the supporting documents, you'll actually see in the archival, the memorandum from the minutes of January 5th, 1994, which was similarly around a couple years after where we got out of the certification procedure. And in there, you'll see from Mayor Kennedy at the time and the library director at the time, Joe Dion, where he actually gives a copy of the goals and objective and as well as the organizational chart. I will say we've gotten more fancier nowadays, so it is not as appealing. But in your documents, your supportive documentation of the organizational chart, you will see here that there was actually 2 assistant directors, and that's before the associate director for the branch. In an alignment to our 5-year strategic plan, both available in English and in Spanish for our constituents, you'll see where the 5 years and why this role is necessary. I do have additional copies here in English, so if anybody was not able to review it, we do have those documents here available as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. I think, before you continue, Kafel, do you know that if the city has a requirement to have departments create a 5-year plan or strategic plan? No? Okay. Continue, Director.
I will say that in order for us to be available or eligible for federal funding, you should have a long-range plan, whether it's a 3-year or 5-year one. We did do our long-range plan in addition to our 5-year strategic plan. Again, it's with the commitment to be fully transparent with the community. In there, you'll see any grant funding we seek, similarly to like our recent grants, like the MBI $100,000 grants, is in alignment with our 5-year strategic plan. A lot of the hopes and wants with funders and donators, including the work done with our friends of the libraries, is in alignment with our 5-year strategic plan. So if there's any grants out of that, we'll accept it, of course, but we want to make sure that we're being intentional with the support we're getting and we're being responsible with the constituents' money. Now, I have one extra copy of the city council supporting documents I can give to you guys. I know you still have it in your mailbox. I saw Mark LaPlante had his.
Is that for the position, the assistant director?
Everything's here, the job description, where it falls in alignment, where the, sorry, go back to the microphone.
Did you need it?
So in that package, not only will you see where it falls in our organizational chart, you'll see the job description, the grade, and you'll see as well, in addition to that, the managerial role of that assistant director. And then you'll also see the information that's provided by the state as to the required number to meet the MAR.
All right, counselors, are there any questions or comments so far?
I guess I'll break the
Counselor Marmo.
I'm just gonna break the ice a little bit.
That's fine.
I'm not here to discredit or say that these positions are not needed. I'm sure that every department that comes before us, they're gonna advocate to need more personnel, and I'm for it. If we were to have the funds, I will always say yes to adding to the department, because I know that every year there is an influx. The population of the city is continuously growing, and as you were mentioning, we are down to one library, so I could see how maybe the only library that we have in the city is probably feeling strained, but it doesn't take away from the concerns that I have when I'm looking at the budget per se, and I'm not sure if I'm going ahead of myself, because normally when we do these budget sessions, we start off probably on page 138 and kind of going over any questions regarding. No, but I'm willing to, give up the mic to make sure that, usually when we go over these, but like for every department that we've done during these budget sessions, we go page by page, and normally we'll start on page 138, kind of going over every line item, if there were any questions regarding these line items. I'm gonna just jump to 139, and again, I'm looking at, and I could be wrong, but this department jumps at me with the amount of new positions, considering other departments where it's not as much. So I'm noticing your department, there are a lot more new positions that are being requested for this budget, and kind of just wanting to gain a little bit of knowledge as to how we could justify these new positions.
Absolutely.
During like the budget constraints that we have, and how I've personally seen with other departments where we don't have those resources to properly fund.
I asked that if there are any side conversations, to please have them in the hallway. This is something that I've been stating to departments and visitors in the gallery throughout these hearings. If I can hear you over here, then that means that we're having difficulties hearing the discussions that are happening. So I ask that if a conversation is needed before your hearing, please take it to the hallway. Thank you.
Okay. So let's start with page 139, like I was mentioning. There's a reduction in the audio-visual coordinator and children's librarian. Are these open positions or positions that you're completely eliminating?
So those positions are actually completely eliminated because they are actually renamed. So what ended up happening is our audiovisual coordinator is not our digital navigator. Similarly to the world that we're facing now with constraints of digital, the digital ecosystem we're facing, like the development of AI, these positions just reflect where we're heading. So at the same time where we had an audiovisual coordinator who was responsible for the projector, for the film, we don't use that anymore. So the name just really was shifted to be a digital navigator. So it was really just a changing name that was reflected in the union contract, CBA at the time, that we needed to reflect in the budget.
Okay. And the children's librarian, is that also a change in name?
Nope. So the children's librarian was the children's coordinator. And then what we're doing is that we're actually having the children's librarian, which is specifically assigned to libraries because they have to hold a master's degree and to work in an educational institution like the library per state recommendation.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Hold on one second. So we're eliminating children's librarian, and it's now being renamed?
No, it was children's coordinator. It's okay. It was children's coordinator. It is now children's youth service librarian. And a youth service librarian requires a master's degree position for librarianship, which normally is an information science master's degree.
Okay. Give me one second. Youth service, I see. Okay.
And I think I should share, Vivian, based on the question and if I think that's what I got from the question you were trying to put together, was that a lot of the changes in our budget is administrative, right? But we have to actually consider what was the loss when we got decertified 15 years ago. And a lot of it was our positions, our roles, our leadership, our administration, all that is what was able to put us in that waiver to begin with. So when we got out of the waiver, thanks to the council and the mayors and the constituents, we have to continue to meet these guidelines. So what you'll see is only the flexibility to meet the MAR. So what does that mean? That means that if I have to increase the budget by, let's say, 30,000 based on the state's recommendation for the municipal appropriation requirement, what we do as administration is that we sit and think about where does that mean? Where does that money best utilize? And what we saw was that the best thing we can do is, one, give raises to our staff members who've been with us, some for over 20 years, that needed to be renegotiated. We needed to look at the structure of our costs for operations in addition to changing our hours of operation that needed to be renegotiated again in the union contract. And then the default is that part, the administrative structure, right? What is succession planning for the city of Lawrence when it comes to election? What is succession planning for the city of Lawrence when it comes to new administrative teams coming in? In order to ensure that we have a successful tier is to build that. And then what we realized our deficit is because we're spending X amount of dollars specifically for something we can have hired in and actually spend less money on that. And what do I say when it comes to communication, social media, branding, when it comes to all our information, both Spanish and English, we outsource that, right? So we pay vendors. If I was to take that on, then we wouldn't have what you would see in a supporting document, Index 3, when we talk about the grants we've been eligible for. We can't manage that and continue to obtain our accreditation as a library by also worrying about I wouldn't want to say small stuff or mundane, because really we are in that era of social media and word and press and public relations. But we want to make sure that we're meeting the guidelines, that we're not sending information just to send it. We're not using a basic AI portal to submit or create these platforms, but really genuinely having someone that has the expertise and the knowledge to do this intentionally, because we are branding not only the library, we're branding the city as a whole.
Okay. The only position left to question as like new positions is program outreach coordinator. If you don't mind touching a little bit on what would be their role, the need for this department to have this position.
So prior to actually making that position, thank you for that question, Councilor Marmol, we actually had a grant-funded position by the Merrimack Valley Credit Union that gave us a commitment of $50,000, and we've had a part-time literacy coordinator under that grant. And that was specifically to see if it was actually a need for our city before we actually committed to making it a permanent position for the city. And what that position did entailed that. It was the growth, because we're not, I guess, oblivious to our literacy rates, right? It's not news to any of us. We have to do better on that. But what we realized that the literacy coordinator was doing something beyond that. It wasn't just literacy when it comes to grammar or contextual phonics. We're talking about literacy from financial, from you could say financial literacy, curriculum literacy. All those developments are made from this specific role, which is this part-timer, who required at the time, the role was made and designed for someone holding a master's in education. And what we've noticed was the huge need, and what you'll see is our statistics jump. So as of 2022, when we received the grant and we were able to obtain a literacy coordinator in 2023, our programs went somewhere between 300 and something now to 520, and you'll see the statistics on the platform there. And then what we were able to do with that person, they became the liaison that we needed for those partnership to save money for the city, right? So let me give you an example. The naturalization courses that were being given at the school, we gave a support letter to Greater Lawrence Community Action Council, who received a grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where Lori Trahan was present, over the amount of $300,000. And you know, one of those stipulations was that the classes needed to take place at the library. That was conversations with our literacy coordinator and the coordinators of GCLC.
Okay.
So
but
all
this
we
is
did,
an outreach but this is an outright, like the word outreach is within its position. So are they doing any outreach, and if so, how is that
So-
the case?
So to refer back to why I mentioned the literacy coordinator is because this was a grant funded position that was titled literacy coordinator. But what we realized is that the city doesn't need a literacy coordinator, they need a program outreach coordinators for those connections. And that's why when we renegotiated the CBA for the union, we made sure to reclassify the name only to outreach program coordinator, where literacy does fall under that, but it extends that part, right? The outreach, going out to the community, speaking to these other nonprofits or profitable companies and bringing that back into the institution.
Oh, okay.
To add, I guess, in support of you, Director, within your 5-year strategic plan, page 2, year 1, FY '26, foundation strengthening and engagement. This specifically mentions that position that we're discussing right now. And what I like about this is, well, first, it says, strengthen communication and outreach. Hire dedicated staff or contractors to lead messaging and community engagement, ensuring visibility in multiple languages. Partner with local colleges and universities on research and campaigns. Measure outreach effectiveness through surveys and analytics. And you attached, well, your board of trustees, your whole team, attached a KPI to this, and it's hire both communication and outreach roles by Q2 of 2026, achieve a 20% increase in community awareness by year end. So what I like about this and why I'm pointing this out is that you're here in front of the council or in front of the budget committee, making it your pitch or trying to convince us as to why this should stay in the budget. And not only that, but you're holding yourselves accountable with what you're asking. You're asking for something, but also saying, hey, this is the part that we're going to bring to the table. And with that, I want to add, I always enjoy having you in front of the city council.
Thank you.
Because you're welcome. You're extremely prepared. You come with numbers. You know your department inside out. You're very professional, even when you're frustrated. You are one of the directors that I love having in front of us.
Thank you.
And I wanted to publicly state this.
Thank you so much.
You're
I really
welcome.
appreciate that.
Ooh, we're gonna ruffle some feathers, but you complimenting.
No.
And even off that,
But
thank you.
Ruffling some feathers, but we get asked many things. We get asked for votes. We get many, many things. And sometimes, as you pointed out once during one of the hearings, we would love to be best friends with everybody, but when we're sitting here, we have a job to do, right?
Yeah, I get that.
And at times, people take that personally and make their comments outside of meetings, et cetera, and it always gets back to us.
Yeah.
But my experience with you particularly has been the opposite. You hold your professionalism, you come with your numbers, you come with answers, you come very prepared. And I'm pointing this out because I believe this should be an example across the board, even for us, because we're not perfect either. So that's why I wanted to publicly point this out.
Thank you, Councilor Infante. And on that, you mentioned KPIs, and I know that a lot of people might not know what that means, but that means key performance indicators, right? So that's a metrics that we can use to see if something's actually working for us. Like I said, this is something based on focus groups, intentional surveys, and if it doesn't work for our community, it might not work, but we at least have a metrics to stand by. And hopefully it does continue to work because I really see that this is gonna be very beneficial for a community that I hold really dear to my heart. Remember, I come here not serving specifically as a librarian, I come here from a city born and raised person, and really having what I say, my passion really fuels my purpose for what I'm doing, and I think that I landed in the right institution to do so.
We see that. My last question before I give up the mic is going back now on page 138, out of curiosity, line item books and subscriptions. I'm seeing the fiscal year 26 actual through May 6th, which is $11,485, but the budget is for $60,000. Considering the drastic balance, if you don't mind touching on that, the need in maintaining this budget to remain at $60K.
I'm actually, if it's okay with you, especially part of the succession planning part, I would like to call my assistant director, Crystal Arias, and she will go ahead and explain a little bit about the importance of the books and subscription and in the impact that we really have in that 5-year plan to actually increase that. And I think we need to be really honest with our community because we're not here to ask for less in the world that we're living in today. The reality is that we're looking for more because just like we're talking about subscriptions and material, price on everything has been inflated. So we're not ever looking to this number to decrease. If anything, we're looking for this number and a commitment from the city to increase this. And if we have to continue to do our part to do any ways to help create revenue for that, then we'll continue to, I guess, scout our avenues for that. But I think that the best person who can share a little bit about that part would be Crystal Arias.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Crystal Arias. I'm the Assistant Director for the Library, 51 Lawrence Street. In terms of books and subscription and collection development as a whole, it is part of a requirement for state certification. We have to make sure we meet 12% of the municipal income. In terms of the balance that you were mentioning, Counselor Marmol, is due to the highest vendor that libraries had, Baker and Taylor. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but that is the biggest vendor that most public libraries nationally use to buy the collection development that we receive and the physical books and subscriptions that you see in our library. They became bankrupt in the middle of the fiscal year. That was a huge turnover for my team because we had to now pivot and see what other vetted vendors that we can utilize to ensure that our collection still stays diversified in terms of making sure that we have Spanish collection, foreign language, youth services books, children's books. Because of that, we actually did not start ordering our materials until January of 2026, which is a huge change of compared to the other years where we start purchasing books July 1st. That had to do with the bankruptcy of Baker and Taylor. A lot of other public libraries had dealt with the same situation, and it will be stated in our survey this year, our financial report that we submit to the state. The balance that you see will be actually expended by the end of this month. My team has been working incredibly hard in making sure that the shipment that comes in, the invoices are submitted on time because it is a requirement for certification. As much as we would like to make sure we receive our municipal appropriation requirement, we don't get certification if I don't expend the money either. So we have to make sure that at least me and my team can do that, and we have that 11,000 will be expended by June 30th of 2026. I believe that these numbers, and correct me if I'm wrong, were submitted to date of probably February or March, and those 11,000 are already encumbered in POs and will be submitted to our main vendor that we had to change to, which was Ingram Library Services and Mackin Book Company. But my biggest thing is making sure that we do increase our collection development as we increase our MAR. Our MER, which is an expenditure requirement, will increase every year as well. One of my biggest things is that state aid is utilized the most for that collection development, and personally, I would love to use state aid for innovation to make sure that the library increases in capital improvement and not be able to use municipal funds because that state aid is given to our public library for a reason. And I don't think it should be used to meet requirements that is part of the municipality as well. So that was one of my requests this year, and it unfortunately did not go through, but hopefully next year we increase that budget line item, and it will be expended, and every year will be expended.
Almost at my chair.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, just wondering, there is any grant reimbursement or stipend or anything related to that compensate these salaries, those salaries that you have here? So, in another word, there is people that make on a stipend based on grant or based on other things?
Yeah, so currently right now we have a literacy coordinator that was under a grant through the Merrimack Valley Credit Union. That was a promise made by them for $50,000. And that position, grant funding, has been expended for what was received to us. And now we've translated that position because of the need to outreach program coordinator
So, but
with a less of a salary compared to the grant itself.
So, but I mean, in another word, we have departments that they have grants and stuff like that, that the salary gets supplemented through a grant. So basically, none of these salaries,
No.
This is straight what it is?
Correct. And all the positions within the library are unionized, so they're straight what it is. None of them are grant funded.
Just want to put it in perspective. So basically, we have a lot of people that are making $22 an hour, less than $25 an hour.
We renegotiated currently to the union contract to have that increase.
So we have people here that make 40. I mean, you cut that one, but I mean make $49,000, so like $50,000. So less than 25, perhaps
Correct.
$24 an hour.
Correct. We have a long way to go as a city, as an institution. We did our best to negotiate the CBA for the union contract. I will say I'm extremely proud of my team. We know where the deficit lies. A lot of it comes down from the structural, right? So things about performance evaluation, what are the requirements, right, to be a part-time library assistant, maybe an associate's degree, right? So really trying to navigate what that looks like in the climate of the world now. And really what? Because you'll be surprised that a lot of it doesn't even only come to salary. Sometimes it comes to benefits like vacation, health insurance, staff development, college reimbursements, and those outweigh sometimes, right? And of course, I really have to be honest with it, work environment, right? Workplace environment. When you come to work and you're actually given a purpose, and most importantly, you're acknowledged with that purpose, we invest every month to our constituents, to our staff members, one staff development a month, the first Thursday of every month. We close to the public. Why? Because we're financially not only investing in them, we're also taking the time to make their work more accessible, more understanding. And do I feel like as a city as a whole, we need to do better at that? Absolutely. I will say that. But I think that we have created a system that feels supported. And I think, like I said, are we working on the salary? As a city, we need to get there? Absolutely. But do we also complement things like staff development and invest and enrich them in another way? Yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Councilor LaPlante.
Thanks. Welcome, Director.
Thank you, Councilor LaPlante.
First, do you have any cameras in your building?
Yes, we've had them, I believe, since the creation of the building.
Since when?
I think since the creation of the building, we have a lot of cameras. Every floor has cameras,
Security cameras.
security cameras. Mm-hmm.
Sure. So just be aware, coming before the full council next Tuesday is we are, as a group, going to decide how we're going to be dealing with our ordinance. And that's coming up. And I think one of the fundamental things is asking for an inventory of where cameras are throughout the city. So just be on notice that we'll be asking for that. Are there any designs to acquire more cameras for your building?
I actually had the opportunity of meeting a vendor company through the MHEC conference. And one of the things that we actually is within our strategic plan is safety, right? Public safety. We wanted to enhance the current cameras we have and expand on that. So we did actually have a vendor come out and quote us. They talked about regulations. They talked about what is needed in a public institution. They have already done it for other libraries. So we made sure when we vetted them through the MHEC contract, right, that we have as a whole, that this was a vendor that knew what they were doing. So we did get a quote for them. I'll be more than happy to share that with you guys. It is a big ask. So what we're doing is that we would need to break this out in phases. But currently, it is not within our plan because I think that our community has done really well with the shape and the development of the library, that I always see that we need to entrust in our community. So what we're doing is we're putting that right now on stage 3 of our 5-year strategic plan, and you'll see that regarding the development of technology. And in reality, the ask, I think, was for that vendor over $300,000. And I think that's one of the things, right, when it comes to doing the best as directors. We're always put in a place where we want to make sure that we're saving our constituents money, and we're doing our best to save our city money. But we also have to make sure that we do that in a way that aligns with our ordinances, and most importantly, that it aligns with our laws, and most importantly, it aligns specifically with our with our rules and regulations and policies that every department has. That's something that needs to be examined, and sometimes we want to do the work inside, but sometimes it's better just to pass it to a company that actually knows that they are eligible and have the requirements to do so. So yes, we can provide you that quote if needed.
So I don't necessarily need to see the quote. However, what we would be expected to look at is if you decide that you may want to apply for a grant or apply for that, this is unorthodox, and I will grant you, this is different than anything else that we deal with as a municipality. Even before you apply for a grant, you need to come before the council for cameras and surveillance. You need to come before the council. That is different than anything else, your traditional way of dealing with things in the city. So I don't need to see that, but what I do need, when I say I mean we, what we do need to see is if you decide to act on that and you want to get a grant or you intend to go ahead and purchase, before you do that, you've got to provide that plan to the council. That's citywide. That's not library. That's police. That's fire. That's DPW for later. That's all across the city. So you should just be aware of that. I'm catching a lot of people off guard with that, but it's in our ordinances. It's in there, and I can certainly refer that to you. It's 9.025 is the ordinance. If you look up camera or surveillance on our ordinance, you will see what the requirements are. It's all there in black and white. Thank you. Number two, Sunday, weekend hours. I know you and I have talked about that. Can you tell me what the update is? Successes, failures, where are we on that?
Thank you for that. I was hoping to be able to plug in an event that's really been really beautiful for the community. But our summer hours, something that hasn't been done in quite some time again, we now have evening hours and weekend hours in the library for the summer. And what does that look like? So Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays, we're open from 9 to 5 p.m. And Tuesdays and Wednesdays is our late days, and we're open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We've introduced an amazing program called Books and Melodies in the Courtyard, and you're able to take some time. I know that we live in what we call an urban heating zone, so sometimes being able out with family, listening to some live music, being able to be close to our resources. We have now one before what we call them free libraries that come through donations, and one includes children books, one includes adult and young adults books. One has a craft station. We just got donated a bunch of Play-Doh from an insurance company. And we also have a sharing box, which you can do games like dominoes, Unos, cards. And it's just really a place for all, it's even pet friendly, believe it or not, our courtyard. So it's just really a place where the community can come as a family, and we kind of had the opportunity to take advantage of that during Wednesdays, our late days. And of course, leaving the opportunity for other organizations that we knew are doing an amazing job creating these spaces like Essex Arts Center, Ateneo, and we made sure to pick a date that doesn't overlap with theirs, because the more available to the community, the better.
So I just want to thank you, I guess, and to congratulate you. That's probably a poor choice of words, but acknowledge, perhaps even a better word, your success in getting these hours. If we're going to be a world-class city, we need a world-class library, and a library that just doesn't open Monday through Fridays. If you go to other major cities with intent and purpose and vision, some of your words, those cities, those municipalities have libraries that reach out and do things innovative and become available as opportunities for its residents. So I think that's important. I'm going to move on, and just kind of, if you don't mind, just kind of keeping the rest of these answers brief if you can. Yep. One of the things that's close to me is the archivist. Tell me how that's going in the library, and how close are you to getting a permanent archivist?
So currently, we just finished the interviewing process. Again, talking about strategic plan, one of the things that we've been able to do is we've been able to foster promotion within, because that's the biggest thing, right? You talk about pay raise, but if there's nowhere to go and there's nowhere to move, then you understandably understand that essentially your position becomes collateral or just plateaus. We had the fortunate opportunity of interviewing amazing candidates. We've even had candidates apply from Vegas, from Florida, you name it. We had over 30 applications per position. So it's amazing the trajectory we're getting, but we do invest within, and we actually have one of our internal candidates who has his archival master's degree, who worked with the Lawrence History Center and has actually been recommended for the role. And I think that this would be a big plus to the city. He's a Lawrence born and raised citizen. He still resides in the city of Lawrence. He's one of our youth members, and I think that this position will soon be filled by someone internally.
Is he currently working for us?
He is currently working for us as a library assistant.
And I am working with him.
Correct, you
Got
are.
it. I know you're talking about. Okay, good.
Good as in good job, Janelle.
No, I do think that in person shows a lot of promise, and I think will be capable.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing. I just want to commend you again. I will be very candid with you. You inherited a building that is it's tough to market. If you had the old library, things with it used by one of the charter schools, but what you're trying to do there is to be commended with the outside. You call it a desert, a heat desert, whatever you just called it. So I just think it's not easy, and I want to let you know that I'm seeing it, I'm watching it, and I'm hoping that you can pull some magic out of a very difficult place.
I understand.
So anyway, I just want to comment on it. You don't need to comment on it, but I just want you to know that I'm watching and I'm
Thank you,
pulling for
Councilor
you on
Plant.
that.
And I also underlyingly understand your ask as well, and that's something that we do commit
Sure.
to.
Two more things real quick. I think one of the best things about the library, I think, and you can speak to it, it's being utilized. I have a hard time reserving it, which is in your second floor, you have those pods that are there. I do my pod, counselors, I do some tech stuff too. You're not the only one. So I do some stuff on YouTube and such for the city, for the projects that I'm working on. And I use that space. And so, and the point I'm driving at is you are driving people there because I have to reserve. And sometimes I'm looking to make a reservation. The place is stacked and I can't get in. So that's a good news and bad news. It's bad news that I can't get in, but good news that it's being utilized. So I don't know. That's just observations.
Thank
It's
you.
working.
And again, these platforms and these digital platforms like we pay subscriptions for, like the reservation platforms, really help us keep statistics so that we can keep on top of our KPs, right? So we know where to find the funding to create more of these private spaces because of the demand of the city.
I think that's it. Oh, no, that's not it. Save the biggest one for last. I have to ask you this question, and I think I know
Fair.
the answer, and I think you know where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
Just let's see if you can read my mind. Start the answer.
So in regards to any update regarding our branch library at South Lawrence, am I spot on yet?
That was one of my questions.
We still are responsible for the management and the operations of that building. What do I mean by that? That means operational costs, right? So making sure that the oil tank is filled because of the winter, making sure pipes don't burst. Our custodial team goes out to the building and does building checks. At this current state, I will, as much as it pains me to say this, we have to see at a federal level where our administration aligns with what the vision of a library is, right? If those libraries or funding is being, threatened, then that limits us in the opportunity. We did have an assessment done on the building. We know what it's going to take us to get that building up and running. Did we have access to grants before, like new construction and reconstruction grants through the MBLC in the state to have that project happen? Absolutely. Did they get threatened through this administration and have those cuts reduced? Absolutely. So what does that mean? In this time is that as a board, we stay in alliance with having that happen. The ask is $10 million, and I know that the city can right now use that in better ways. And I think that we are serving our constituents. If our numbers are showing that we have over 79,000 foot traffic and our population is of 89,000, I think that we're doing our work about getting the resources out there. Our hopes is that we can align the funding with the administration so that we will become eligible to hopefully open that space for the city. And if it's not that space, Mark LaPlante, we will open a branch, and that's my promise to the city.
Thank you. The last is probably a broader point, Madam Chair, and this is reflective for all the departments that are here tonight. I am a little bearish, I said a bullish on this budget. I'm concerned about the overall budget. I am concerned about revenues. I'm concerned that we're not going to be able to get to where we need to go. And I don't know, with that concern, ultimately where that's going to lead. I think across the state, I'm going to be careful with my words. Across the state, we are seeing municipalities who are facing challenging times. And with those challenging times, certain things have to be revisited as far as will they be able to continue funding certain things. And those are never easy decisions to make. And I'm not just talking about the library. These are recent things that I've come to learn and to witness and see. So it's my first time having a chance to talk about it. So you just happen to be the first person up. So it has nothing to do directly with the library by any stretch. But I just think that there can be there may be times very soon where there will be some very difficult decisions that are going to have to be made by policymakers at all levels of this government. So anyway, for whatever that's worth, but I support you. I think you're doing the best you can with what you have.
Thank you, Councilman.
And yes or no question. I'm not looking for much more than that. Are we on track to maintain the level of our,
Status.
pardon me?
Losing our certification.
Certification with the state of Massachusetts? Are we still in a good place?
We are in a good place
Okay.
if this is passed. If not, we're back to square one. And just in light of what you shared, I'm fully aware because I do keep myself in tune with politics going around us. I think it's very important. I think a lot of department heads do that here because we understand the climate of the world. We're impacted by it as well. I do think that you really have to consider the educational component and where the library stands for that, right? An educated community becomes educated citizens that create the avenues needed to have a well-funded city and a well-funded town. So when you look at this and you look at those cuts and you look at where they need to be made, always think about the educational component that does come with that, because if the community is not educated, then we technically indoctrinate and enslavement in them, and they're not able to go out there and get the information. So let's do the best we can to keep those avenues open and those resources flowing, and hopefully the way you guys meet the community can meet you guys as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Clegg asked one of my questions pertaining to the South Lawrence branch, but I want to add to that because I was recently in that area dealing with some public safety components for the school and also the residents of that area. I noticed the condition of the park behind it, and we have DPW tonight, who's another valued partner and does a tremendous job throughout our community. I want to make sure that activities that are happening in that park close to the library and also school. So just, I ask that you work with the DPW director, since the library is still in charge of overseeing and maintaining that building, that you also take note of, like,
I understand.
of what's going on there. Yeah.
And if I can, through you, Councilor Infante, interesting fact, again, in the archive world, I did find a deed, and I reached out to Frank Cirillo, who got me in contact with Susan Flank. And there was some type of paperwork at one point where the library was actually in ownership or trying to buy the park, or in ownership of the park at one point, where they were responsible for the cleaning and the maintenance of the park in conjunction to their library. I found those records recently, and I do want to do a deep dive on what that means and if that deed is actually active, and at what point did we transition to the state to take over, right? So yeah, maybe that's something for the future to come.
Well, I have no more questions. Any other questions or concerns?
Just one last question.
I have a comment, very quick. Go ahead.
I looked at Councilman
It's
first.
a very quick comment. I just want to recognize and thank the library for your partnership with me on the Lawrence Square project. DPW's been a part. There's many others. It's not just the Mark LaPlante show. It's a lot of folks, a lot of people, a lot of institutions are helpful. In your institution, it played a part in it with, just so everybody knows, with placing each of our signs and the Spanish and English translation that's on YouTube on your Queen City blog, and having that there, and working with Jaden's been a joy. So thank you for being a part of what we're trying to accomplish and educating our residents about some of the people in our city. I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council President.
Yes, I don't know if this was mentioned before, but I know it's one of your programs, so I wanna know more about it. I know that you guys have expanded that program, which is the ticket available to go to different places. Can you expand a little more on that?
Of course. So we, including to all MVLC, so as long as you're a library holder, specifically Lawrence residents have access to the couponing system that we have at the library. So you have reduced or free tickets to the Museum of Fine Arts, to the Boston Aquarium, to there's so many, I can't think of the Salem Witch Museum, like there's so many. So we invite you to go on our website, and there's actual something called Cultural Pass. And within that, you'll see a little bit of the institution. You either have a discounted rate, and I mean, we're talking discounted rate where you're talking about big families, right? So you're saying either completely half off, or for a whole family of four, maybe just $30. And each museum, specifically for the Boston Science Museum, it's like $30 per person. So having these reduced rates have really opened up the cultural incentives and the educational component from the library. We pay packages to be able to do that. We're actually exploring to offer more because we're aligning our passes with our organizations around us. So what does the Boston Public Library offer, right? What does the Andover Library offer, right? And we're doing that strategically. So you do have access to the Boston Children's Museum, the Museum of Fine Arts. You can reserve that because it does need to be reserved, because one pass might be just one family for that day, but you're able to see the full calendar through our software system. And if you're not able to do that there, please come in person. We can do it for you.
Thank you, Director. At this point, we are done with your hearing. Thank you so much, and we will see you on Monday for the special.
Thank you
special
so
hearing.
much, you guys. I appreciate everything you do. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next, we have the Bellevue Cemetery. Actually, before, Kath, is there anything else you would like to add pertaining to the library's budget? You're good? Okay. Welcome, Director Lopez.
Good evening, councilors.
She'll tell us the page now.
I'm Carmen Lopez, Bellevue Cemetery, 170 May Street. And that's my team. Director Charleston, Sonia, the assistant director,
Oh, not yet.
and Omar, the foreman. And we are here to respectfully seeking the council's approval for the fiscal year 2027 Bellevue Cemetery budget of $614,000 and
Where does
997.
your budget start? What page does it start on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading my summary, but we're going through the budget.
Yeah, we will follow along as we.
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
can- Yeah, you can still read your.
126.
126. You can still read your summary out. We'll just look at the numbers while you speak. 126. Okay, Director?
So my executive summary, I was just going to summarize it, as we're respectfully just asking for your approval of our level funded budget. with the increase of $35,254,000. You would not think it's level funded because there is an increase. But this adjustment is strictly driven by non-discretionary labor costs and modification of specialized software maintenance that the cemetery offsets with its revolving funds. So in essence, it is leveled.
Okay. Walk us through, I see some changes here.
Well, I could just tell you, the adjustment was the 3% from, of course, our CBA commitment to the union. All my employees are union, and that's what happened, except with my position, which is not, and I got a 2.40% increase. So that's the difference. The core financial breakdown was personnel and salary variance of $38,000. That was the increase that you would just see in the budget.
Okay. Counselor,
But then to offset it, all the other line items were either the operational costs was aggressively offset to, minimize, to reduce the reduction. We could go to page 127, and if you look at your purchase, my purchases of services and supplies for fiscal year 27, then you'll see the offsets. The only thing that changed was the personal services, where you see the increase due to the
questions or comments so far pertaining to the information we just received? Counselor LaPlante.
So two things to start off with. One is, I'm just curious about the assistant director. How long have we had an assistant director at the cemetery?
since last year,
Since January of 2025 or 26?
26, sorry.
So 6 months?
Yeah, last fiscal year.
When I wasn't here on that Monday, did you talk about revenues from the cemetery? Was that brought up at all?
No, we usually, you have them? Yep. Yes, the overview, yes.
The overview and the revenues from the cemetery? Yeah.
We've also,
I was told that was one of the best meetings of the year.
it was, yeah. Yeah, Counselor, your department still has the crown.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to review this again, sorry, maybe for the second time for the rest of the group. I am actually going all the way to the right-hand side. I'm going to see if we're going up or we're going down, and it looks like on two of the accounts we're going down? Am I reading that correctly? Reduced revenue? Why don't you help me understand this a little bit better? How are we trending with revenues? You have internment, sale of lots and graves.
Well, remember, we're a cemetery,
Yeah.
so
I'm curious as to how business is, so to speak. How's business? How are the
again-
services revenues coming in? I have no axe to grind on this. Just let you, I am.
I know
just
that, I
asking
know
for
that.
personal. I'm just asking for a reason.
It fluctuates.
Okay.
Being a cemetery, it fluctuates. 1 month could be extremely busy because everybody decides they want to die to get in there. No pun intended. And it could be a month where everybody's happy to stay in this world.
All right, so,
So, but the sales, if you look at it,
yeah, help me with this.
since I've been on board, are just growing. The interments are pretty consistent and increasing. Sale of lots, well, that's business, how you sell. Sell is selling of lots, that's like sales. So that's consistently growing. But interments, that's all has to do with burials, that all has to do with death. So that just, there's nothing I could, that's just life. But everything is just growing.
So it is growing. When I see parentheses, that usually means to me that it's going down. That's not what this means, even though I'm seeing parentheses across almost every number. And was this generated by you or by the capo?
No, the parentheses means.
Help me understand this.
You have to explain that, the parentheses means.
Yes, good evening,
Hi.
Councilors Ramona Ceballos. So in our ERP system, the revenues are credits. So these are all revenues. Okay, so if you look at the actuals, which is the third column, that is the revenues as of June 3rd, 2026.
Third column.
Third
actuals.
column from the left.
This is June 3rd of this year, just a couple weeks ago, or last week. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Why are the numbers recorded as negatives, though?
Those are credits in our
credits.
ERP
Got it.
system.
That was
Credits
my
are
question.
revenues and
Got it, okay.
debits are
Yep.
Are you?
expenses.
I'm just. I realize that the cemetery is a unique department in the city. We're required to have it. You're dependent, like, as you mentioned, on people dying. If you're not dying, you're not going to be a customer of the cemetery unless somebody's purchasing, you purchase a plot while you're alive, but the interment thing comes later. Pardon me?
It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the
That's just
business.
life.
I mean, we're being
the
real. We're all
reality
going to
of
end
it.
up in one of these places, and that's just the way it is. So we don't have to, we can just take the shine off of it and just talk in reality. But my question is in the cemetery business these days with cremations and such, are you seeing any kind of difference? Are you seeing a lack of people purchasing because cremations are going up? Does that make a difference at all?
No, what I have just seen is a growth. The takeaway that I could give you is there's the civil discretion, and the reality of all of this is if you subtract even what I'm presenting to you, this budget actually it looks like I'm asking for more, but actually it's $555 less than last year's budget.
What page is that budget on?
No, this is just me. This
page
is
is
my,
the budget on?
my executive summary and the math. But what I'm saying is, if even when you approved my revolving fund, you approved my revolving fund and you have it there because that was what you approved. I give the city, the cemetery maintains and supports itself not to cost any taxpayer money. So any infrastructure, any equipment it needs, the cemetery with a revolving fund, what you approve with, that's what it supports itself with.
It's almost like an enterprise-like fund. In other words, it's self-sufficient.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to.
No,
get
we're
any money-
almost semi-quo because you do that, what you do is the employees, you do that, you need to do the employee, what we're asking for. What I'm here asking for, the employee part,
Right.
right? So if you look at, the bill of your revolving fund, in expenditure, I could have spent $48,000, but I gave you back 319 just this year. So that could answer maybe your question of what you're asking, how you're doing?
Can I stop you right there? there's a point there that I didn't want to gloss over. You said, and these words are important, you gave back to us 319.
City, they're just in the
You
container
gave
funds.
back to this, now we're going to rephrase it. You gave back to the city $319,000. So from the money that you receive from any of these charges of services, $319,000 was given to the general fund? Is that what you're suggesting?
You see, that part, that's above my grade. The city would know, and that's her specialty, how that's divided.
Capital?
I'd like to ask the capital
You
that
know,
question.
the CAFO will always know how the money is dispersed
Sure.
in the funds.
So,
Because the cemetery does a 30-60, right? So that we could, I was explaining the 30-60 of the 40-60, right? 40-60. Right. I was explaining how he wants to know how we
I'll ask the
support
question.
ourselves,
I'll ask
right?
the question so she can hear right from me. So, thank you though. So, I'm hearing that despite the cemetery being an enterprise-like fund, and in most of the enterprise-like funds that we see, the money that is made within that department stays in that department and cannot be commingled with anything else. A water and sewer bill can't go to pay for a book in the library. That's got to stay in water and sewer. So when I heard that there is money that's being generated by the cemetery and is being returned to the general fund, I just have questions like, how does that happen?
So when the cemetery has a cash receipt, it's broken down between interments, sale of lots, and so forth. So a percentage of that goes towards their revolving fund, and a percentage goes to the general fund. The revenues I just gave you, this is the general fund portion that comes from the cemetery to the general fund. Then they have a percentage that sustains the revolving fund as well.
Is this unlike any other revolving fund or
Yeah.
any other enterprise-like fund in the city?
Right, so the city has currently 3 enterprise funds:
Airport,
port,
sewer,
parking.
parking, right?
Yep. So those, the revenues and the expenses stayed with each fund. The cemetery, I'm going off. The cemetery is part of the general fund, and that's why you see it on the page section that it is.
So it's not true when I just call it an enterprise-like fund. It really isn't. It
No,
generates
it-
some of the money, it keeps some of the money, but some of the
Yes.
money returns to the city by agreement. There was some cross conversations regarding ratios, 60-40, 30-70, whatever. So 40-60, 40 the cemetery keeps, 60 the city takes? Or 40%. If you're going to speak, you're
Elizabeth,
going
yeah,
to probably
can you
have
come
to.
to the podium, please? Thank you.
And by the way, I'm asking not to bust anybody's nuts. I'm just
It
trying
is
to learn
40-60.
about how this breaks out.
It's, so it's 40% goes to the city.
Sorry,
I always heard it
Can
when-
you just state your name and
Oh,
who
I'm
you are?
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm Elizabeth Charlton. I'm the Bellevue Chairwoman of the Board of Directors, and I live at 506 Lowell Street, Lawrence. So the city gets 40% of a lot sale, okay? We keep 60%. It's been that way going, I don't know how far back.
How? Why? Statute?
That's, I
Ordinance?
don't, I think it's in the ordinance. I'm not even, but I've never seen it in the ordinance. You see what I'm saying? So
That's what
I
I'm
don't.
saying. I don't see it
I
either.
honestly don't know, because out of that 60%, okay, we're supposed to pay for our equipment, everything we need,
Everything but salaries.
everything but salaries.
That's why I said, that we pay everything but the salaries.
Now, going back to Mike Sullivan, I was told that the 40% went to pay the salaries of the employees. That was before I was on the board, I was told that. You see what I'm saying? I don't understand that. We did have a second revolving fund, which the city took, it was an enterprise fund, they took that away from us. I think I had just gotten on the board, and that was like in 2005. You see what I'm saying? Nick was on the council at that time. But I've never understood that, why that is. Other cities and towns don't do that. You see what I'm saying? And like, we're not like the other departments where if, for example, DPW needs a dump truck, they put it in the budget and it's paid for. That's not how we operate. We have to buy everything, you know what I'm saying, except for what you were seeing here in this budget.
So just hear me out here. So this year's this is the sheet that I just received is the 40% that the city gets.
Right.
The city gets 40%, and these are the numbers that are reflecting the city gets.
Well, how you doing, that's the
Okay.
portion you're getting from us.
So let's just play this out, and thank you for everybody's time. In the actual, as of June 3rd, the amount of money that the city is receiving from the revenues generated by the Bellevue Cemetery is, I'm going to use a round figure to make it easy to remember, $160,000. And let me look at how much money is going to cost the city for its
The
work.
salary part.
The salary. The budget, what's in the budget. The budget is $614,000, almost, let's just say, I'm sorry, that's the mayor's recommendation. The approved budget for '26 is $580,000, it's a little less than that. So there is we're nowhere, I'm just, it's an observation, not a judgment. We're nowhere near, this 40% is nowhere near just paying the administration of the cemetery. I'm not sure what that means, except that if at one time during Mike Sullivan or Kevin, or whichever Sullivan was mayor, they were looking to get that, I don't know how we've gone in a totally different direction. Because that's not happening now. And I don't even know, frankly, if there's a requirement for this. I don't even know if we need a requirement. Anyway, this is cemetery, and it's
We're
always befuddling.
we're an unfortunate necessity.
Well, you are.
You see, and you know, I think the thing that bothers me is like, we've had this happen twice that I'm aware of, under the Buckley administration and under Kevin Sullivan. They took the trust funds, okay, and kept the interest. When the trust funds, because it's up to the board to invest the funds, when the trust funds were given back to us, we were never given that interest, you know? Okay.
What you read was
Help
just
me.
interments. I'm sorry, Councilor LaPlante.
Okay, let me take a look.
But I'm looking at this and going, no.
Actually, I'm actually reading.
Yeah, you were just
on June
looking
3rd,
at interments
all
was
the way across,
150.
160,000 as of June 3rd. Interments, sales of lots, foundation sales, recording and other fees. As of June 3rd, it's 160,000.
Why would it be here?
That's what we went from this.
And what is this?
That's the budget, FY '26.
I may just sit back and just let this ruminate in my head and let other people ask. I need to absorb some of this. So.
Okay. All right, so,
I mean,
Councilor
I
Plan
just
is
want to make sure
taken-
we're on the same page, though, Director. I mean, I am looking at the right number, 160. If I'm wrong, I want to be corrected, and I want to
160
apologize.
the 165.
I apologize, you are correct.
Okay, no worries. I give up the floor so I can
No,
think
you
and
are,
listen.
I apologize.
No
you are-
worries, good.
Okay, so Councilor Plan is deciding to marinate a little bit on this discussion, so I'm going to open the floor for other councilors if you have questions or comments for the cemetery team. Council President.
So, looking at these numbers, not per se the amounts, but looking at how the cemetery function and how you generate funds, what type of outreach you do for people to kind of like get prepared and buy lots ahead of time, perhaps not when people are in need, perhaps, and more importantly, when they not necessarily need it and they work proactively. Do you have any program to do some type of outreach and let people know, like, how much is a lot? Perhaps. I mean, when they look at your website, because they need it.
Right.
And that's, you know what I mean?
What you're saying, yeah.
So, but I mean,
No,
like,
what I have is just Bellevue Cemetery flyers, funeral homes. That's all. And we don't do any outreach.
do you think that
Councilor
that may be important
Rodriguez,
for the
That would be
community?
ideal to do that, except, to be honest with you, the Bellevue Cemetery is not prepared for that,
Why?
because we need land.
We need lot?
Land
Land, we're running out of.
to bury.
So you guys are running out of land?
Yes.
So what happens, to go
Yeah,
off on
so
that,
I
what
really,
happens
it's
if-
not like I'm looking for people to come.
What happens to a cemetery if they do run out of land?
We need to do eminent domain.
Yeah, we have to even take property.
I'd have to take people's property.
We actually,
That's,
we
I
don't
just-
want to.
Right,
We have,
I don't even want to be around for that one.
yeah, me neither. We actually have squatters right now.
Right now, I have,
There are two squatters encroaching upon our property. One of them put a deck on it. Okay, I'm not making this up.
okay, but
All right,
That's a
let me
sidebar.
ask you a
let's
question.
just stick to this. But right now, to answer we don't do outreach because we're not prepared for it.
So, how big is the cemetery right now?
Right now, we do have 2 and 3 interments a day, and with the staff that we have, there's my foreman and director, we only have a staff of 4 to do burials.
And it's about
That's
100.
more than enough.
It's 119 acres right now.
That's more than enough to maintain. We don't even have the staff. We don't have the staff, we're not prepared, and we don't have the grounds.
No,
To
because I think
outreach,
that
to
my
have
question
more
is
than 3
going away
burials a
from
day.
what I'm looking for. Something that we have.
You'd like a brochure? perhaps?
Oh, yes, that's-
Something like that, like
yeah.
a brochure so that people could come and, we could sell them lots or help them out, in
Oh,
their
they
time
come,
of
they
need.
come.
Is that what you're looking for?
No. I just, the only thing that we have secure is that we're gonna die.
That's for sure.
That's for sure. And if you're in the city of Lawrence, you're either gonna be buried at the Bellevue Cemetery or at the St. Mary's.
Yeah,
One of the two places. That's the reality of life.
it's true.
It's gonna cost us our life. That's the reality of the debt. In 2024, you have a lot more debt. That's why you have a lot more profit.
Yes, yeah.
So people don't want to say it that way, but it's been the blunt person here today is because that's the reality of the gig.
Yeah,
If you're alive, you're gonna die.
yes.
So the fact that we're gonna die at some point, and there is people that don't want to realize that, and there is others that live their life knowing the fact that they are gonna be at that place at some point. Why don't we, when it comes to educating the community, like telling them, like, this is what it's gonna take for you to be buried at this place.
I see what
You
you're saying.
either get prepared now or get prepared when you have a family have an emergency. A lot of us think ahead of time. I say a lot of us, but not ready
You're
yet.
right.
But that's the reality of the gig. I mean, can we go up to the community, to the neighborhood associations, to other places perhaps and say, a lot on our cemetery, this is how much it costs.
We-
And talk about that because, I mean, why not?
They were going to make that decision for me multiple times 2 years ago. I still have not purchased a lot.
Exactly.
To be, you know what I'm saying? I'm a last minute person, and I'm not gonna care when I'm not here.
Another question that I have. I asked you how much land do you have, and my next question was going to be how much available land is there today based on the 118
Yeah.
acres that you guys own.
No, we still
We
have,
have
we
still-
have some
We have one section,
on Bellevue.
yeah, well, there's
And
Mount
the far,
Bellevue.
and we have Methuen,
And,
which that's our next conversation.
yeah, there's also the land that abuts
Methuen.
Barker Street, okay?
Which is
And
Lawrence.
there is also the land, what is that, Dawes Street, I think it is?
Yes.
It was part of your district, I think, and now it's yours. You know where I'm talking about. That is also, there's a small section in there. We can get creative if we have to, which is like, you know, going and doing mausoleum-type things, columbarium things, all of that. And then, like I said,
Which that's what I want to
eventually-
do in Highgate, columbariums, those are niches. Stand-up niches.
There, you know, eventually, at some point, we would probably have to use Mount Bellevue, which is going to be an
Mount
engineering
Vernier
feat.
is engineering.
Yeah. because it's
That's
a hill.
beautiful. So,
You mentioned Methuen, so what is, can you give us more detail on that?
that's when you're driving on Barker Street, when you're gonna enter the cemetery coming up from Methuen, before you enter Bellevue, you see all forests. That's our land, that's Bellevue.
And then it backs up to the neighborhood, I forget the street, the next street.
That's,
Got it.
I think that's,
Another question is about 4 years ago, there was two
so we
lands.
have to clean that out, and that's the rest of the
Yeah.
cemetery.
It's gonna have to be, and then the roads have to be laid in. You know, it's gonna have to be leveled,
Has to be engineered.
yeah, and clear cut, and then probably some soil testing so that we don't run into a large amount of water.
So, like 4 years ago, the city of Lawrence transferred over two different parcels. One that is on Main Street and the other one that is behind, around the Rotary, behind there. I
Highgate.
don't know the name of the street, but I mean, it's around there. And there was the discussion around those transfer of those properties were specifically for your plan.
Yes.
And we haven't heard anything since.
They have
So-
put a driveway on one of them, and the deck is on the other.
That's what we're talking about.
Those are our squatters on Main
And,
Street and Highgate.
okay. Though the reason why I was hesitant back then when I voted in favor of it, it was because we either use it,
We
or
would like
sell
to
it.
use it, yes.
and at that point, those land were valued for over $100,000. Revenue that could have come to the city, but instead we actually let
Well, as you know,
the
the
transfer
cemetery
goes
needs the
to, let the transfer go to the cemetery. So now we have an issue with people on those places, like,
Right, we don't, one, like I said, is put a driveway in there, okay?
He
so
actually built the
we-
driveway.
We actually have to get him to remove that driveway.
Without
And so-
permits?
Pardon me?
Without permits?
Without, nothing.
is that?
They're
is that right?
squatters.
One put a deck
We
over
press
the,
it
and
over.
there's
Yeah, there's
graves
a
in the
deck, and there's
bottom.
graves underneath it.
A deck with
Okay.
graves.
And so, here's my thing, is like, you should never hear about a cemetery. It should never be on the front page of the news unless we're having Memorial Day or something like that. Now, if we turn around and we just go in with a bulldozer, which we would have every right to do, we'd be getting phone calls. The Globe would come out. You see what I'm saying? And so that's the problem. That's why we haven't done anything. We need to literally go in there and bulldoze it because that's actually highly valuable land. We sell by the inch. We don't sell by the acreage or 1,000 square feet. We sell lots by the inch.
So
And
that's what I'm saying. So essentially, the
Yes.
city passed over those land, those two parcels, buildable lots,
Right,
because it was a plan, and now there is something changed. What is the approach that the cemetery is going to take when it comes to
If we-
taking over those parcels back?
if we have to, we'll just move the fence over and you'll be getting phone calls, I'm sure.
It is what it is. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
we voted in favor of doing those transfers back 4 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing Counselor LaPlante.
I have no more comments on the numbers. I just got a question on something that's kind of gotten some publicity, and that is the movement of the police memorial. And I guess I was wondering if the board of directors had a vote on that or not.
No, we were not informed.
We were not even aware of it.
Yeah, they just came in and did what they did. They've left some pieces behind. Again, that's
They did what? I'm
valuable
sorry, I
land.
couldn't hear you.
They've left a couple of small markers behind,
Yeah.
and I think there's a dog in there.
Dog.
I think there is a police dog interred in there. We didn't know about it. I heard about that later, but there's a dog in there.
But the monument and the name, whatever that was there has been taken out, and
Yes.
this is the one that's going to be used at the new police station or something.
That's my understanding.
In
is-
all fairness, I must say this, in all disclosure.
I want fairness.
Because I have, with all respect to this, I've met, I looked at the MOU going back to 1997. The Bellevue Cemetery granted that land in favor, the board then granted that, and as a gifted it to the police stations, the police officers of the
Yeah, it's
city.
a patrolman
So it was,
unit, yeah.
right, to the Patrolman Unit Association as a gift. So that they could do their own memorial for all our officers. So that memorials lay there, not for one particular officer, but for all our officers to use to memorialize their loved ones.
Okay.
So that land is there for their usage. That land is there for all officers to memorialize their loved ones. I came there, so there was nobody really, but our late Tommy Cuddy used to work with me in upkeeping it, because I always wanted to upkeep it. So he used to help me with that. That went on, and then suddenly it was just gone. One day I came to work, and that was gone. Everything was just moved.
And-
No communication. So then I did call the chief, our present chief, and he worked with me and connected me with the person that was in charge now of their association. And they said, because there was people that were very upset about this happening, and they have the right to be upset. It's a memorial. You don't take down memorials.
I get that.
So, that being said, and the police said they were going to try to recreate it. I gave them information on the person that could help them with this, and I would assist, and we're waiting on that. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But other than that, the cemetery had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. I'm afraid about going too deep into this because I don't know all the facts.
Right, we don't, and then, I mean, all we know is that's what happened.
But the thing what's interesting is that the board never took a vote, but it's your understanding that the board of directors deeded it over to the
We gave it to them,
to
and
the
that's
Patrolman
theirs.
Association.
Way, way back, okay?
Well,
As
if it-
long as they continue to maintain that.
This is going way back.
This is in 1997.
I get it.
Okay, and I wasn't on the board, and it's a funny thing you bring this up, because Sean was there as part of the color guard, okay, and the thing was he remembered it, but there was
There was a whole ceremony.
yeah, it was a whole, you know the whole thing, but, there was never a deed. It was never a piece of property deeded over to anybody,
No, it's just, but there is a contract.
you know, it was like a memorandum of understanding kind of thing, and there was the fire department did the same thing, they pulled their monument out.
I'm gonna, for me, I'm gonna end this part of the conversation with this statement. There's a lot of moving parts here, but my sense and just knowing what I know, as little of it that I do know, is that communication is always the key, and communicating with people who have a vested interest in that site because they've lost loved ones and they're there. Having that kind of communication, I think, would have been critical and not offending.
Exactly, yeah.
I agree
Offending
with
family members. And it just seemed from where I'm sitting, it just seemed as though that did not take place. And something that happened that didn't need to happen. And we have enough of that in our city, that we don't need more open wounds that are self-inflicted. So, Anyway, I'll stop there. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll give up the rest of my time.
Thank you. We're actually, I don't think there are any other comments or questions, so I'm going to wrap up the cemetery hearing with saying that I have a love-hate relationship with cemeteries, as you know. 2 weeks from now is actually going to be my dad's 5th year death anniversary, so it's a very tough topic for me. But I'm not oblivious to the work that people put into upkeeping these cemeteries, including the ones in our city. The one that we have in this city is large, and the fact there's only 4 of you maintaining it, that's incredible work. So I do want to publicly thank you for that. And I'm sure that the families that do visit their loved ones appreciate going there and the work that you guys are doing there, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That wraps up the
Thank you
hearing.
very much.
You're welcome. All right, next.
We're good.
So far, I'm not close. Next, we have Department of Public Works.
Thank you.
That's weird.
I usually I would be cold, but yeah. All right. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Jorge Jaime, Director of Public Works for the City of Lawrence, 200 Common Street. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Council President Rodriguez, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Public Works budget for fiscal year 2027. The proposed budget is $15,612,349
What page are we starting on?
compared to the last year's budget of $15,295,485. This represents an increase of $316,864 of approximately 2.1%. I am pleased to report that this is a balanced and responsible budget. Most of the increase is related to personal services costs that are required on the contractual agreements. Other operating expenses have been carefully reviewed and managed to minimize impacts in the city's finances. This budget allows us to continue providing essential services to our residents that depends on this budget allows us to continue providing the essential services our residents depend on every day. Parks, public spaces, and public infrastructure will continue to be a priority as we work to create and preserve facilities like, for example, this council chamber. We are extremely proud that dedicated team whose hard work and commitment make projects like this possible. My team remains dedicated to providing exceptional public services while maintaining a strong commitment to fiscal responsibility and the prudent stewardship of taxpayer resources. I can see that several supervisors, foremen, and laborers are here tonight. To each and every one of you, I want to express my sincere gratitude for all you do to keep our city moving. Whether it's snowing, raining, or extremely hot, whether it's during a day or in the middle of the night, whether it's a regular work day or a holiday, you are always there, serving our residents with dedication and professionalism. Your hard work often goes unnoticed, but is deeply appreciated. On behalf of the city and the residents we serve, thank you all for your commitment, your sacrifice, and your unwavering dedication to our community. Can you please stand so councilors can see my team tonight?
Thank you. So what we've done, Director, in the past, I appreciate when departments bring their whole team. And I know this is a long process, so thank you for being patient and thank you for being here tonight. But we've actually gone around and had people introduce themselves, their name, and what they do for their department. So we would like to do that with your team as well.
We can do that. But, so you want me to do it
Yeah,
now?
let's just do it now. They're already up.
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
Let's start over here with the manager, Catherine Bottom.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could we start with him?
And then,
Kathy Valancourt, Manager of Finance and Administration.
Fred Cadre, Supervisor of Fleet Equipment. Glenn Gary, Building and Facility Supervisor.
Howard Challen, Green Park Supervisor.
Aida Sandana, DPW Deputy Director.
Jose Javier, Capital Asset Project Manager.
Winston Santos, former from the Building Facility. Javier Vázquez, Green Park. William Bale, Water and Sewer Commissioner.
Luis Perdomo, Construction Supervisor.
Derek Mason, Finance Officer.
Benny Encarnacion, Second Chief, Second Chair.
Juan Sanchez, Escalade, A. Simeon.
Ricardo De Jesus, Project and Planning Supervisor. Christian Gonzalez, 414 Street.
Manuel Perez, Store Keeper.
Franklin Espinosa, Street Department.
Pablo Núñez. Manuel Baez.
Elvira Rojas, Mecánico.
Felipe Castillo.
welcome. Thank you again for being here and thank you for your patience as we go through this. Continue,
Before I
Director.
conclude, I would like to mention that today is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
While
Your birthday gift from the City Council Budget and
Isn't-
Finance Committee.
I'm not sure if it is appropriate to include birthday wishes in the budget process, I can think of a birthday gift that would make me very happy, and that is your support for the DPW budget tonight. Thank you.
I think you might have dethroned the Capitals Department. So we have a joke. The first night we had the Capitals Department, and there was a lot of funny jokes throughout the night. And ever since that night, we haven't had so much laughter or jokes. And I think you're challenging the Capitals Department right now.
So, councilors, I would like to thank you for your continued support to the Department of Public Works. So that means a lot to us. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Director, just like our public safety departments, your department has various sections. So what we did with the police and fire, we had them go through each section, then we would stop at the end of each budget or department or office for questioning and comments. So let's start off with the Public Works Administration budget. After you give us an overview of this budget, I'll open the floor to the councilors for any questions pertaining this particular section.
So as you can see, there is little changes on that. We just move some money from one account to the other, but there is no a lot of increasements there.
You'll walk us through, what do you mean moved some monies to account? Which-
So from office supplies, we moved like, and they gave us 600 extra, I think, Ramon, and that gave us $5,600, and we moved it from the account 5420 to the account 5425. So to operating supplies, that is almost the same thing, but it will give us a little bit more window. That's for operating supplies, for the office, for the administrative office.
Okay. And then walk us through now the personnel services summary.
Yeah, personal services is contractual agreements, so we just working with the contract right now, and we just did the increasements to that line item to comply with the agreements with the unions.
All right, councilors, any questions or comments pertaining to the admin portion of DPW? Council Marmo.
Director, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So I want to start off by thanking you and also showing my appreciation to your employees. I am deeply grateful for your employees, and I understand the hard work that they do. I'm also grateful at the fact that I believe I have a good relationship with you, your deputy director, and the majority of your employees. So I just wanted to start off by saying how I understand the needs of why you're advocating for your department, and how much I appreciate each one of your employees. However, I must start off by saying, and I'm sorry that I'm gonna veer a little bit left here. Okay, no, I'm just waiting. All right, I'm gonna veer a little bit left. In one token, how I am showing deep appreciation for your department, I feel that your department also is by far the one department that probably has the most problematic employees. But because I understand the needs that the city has and how important your department is why I'm going to focus on the positive and how the positive of your department outweighs the negative. But I do need to reinforce how it's important on your end, because at the end of the day, each one of your employees is a reflection of you and the title that you hold and the responsibility that you hold for the people under you, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Absolutely.
Okay. When I was going like this on operating supplies, I do understand that given that extra amount of money, do you just mind touching a little bit on why the transfer? What exactly is the purpose of transferring that money to that account, and what purpose does it serve?
It's because it's the same, it's like the same account of office supplies and operating supplies. They sound the same, they always the same. We just want to put it in one account where it makes sense. So again, it's not a big change, it's just to cut some line items that we have and just consolidate that account.
But what exactly happens under operating supplies? Because
So we
obviously
buy-
office supplies is completely different.
Yeah, we buy papers, materials for the office. That's what it is.
Okay. But why the transfer though? Because obviously that account is better than the office supply one, right? Is the
So if
reason
you
why you're
if you
transferring
see
it.
when you go to supplies, the account says office supplies, and if you go where we transfer the money, so it says operating supplies. It's basically the same thing.
Okay.
We're just trying to consolidate and make less, accounts to be able to manage it better.
Okay. I'm gonna move on to page 110. I'm seeing the finance officer is that because the position is no longer needed, or is just happens to be an open, I can't talk today. It happens to be an open position. It happens to be an open position to which you're potentially looking for that position to be filled.
So remember when I came in front of you to create the manager office, the finance and administrative services, my commitment was to move that person from finance officer to be the manager. So that's why I'm closing that position this
Okay.
year.
All right. So that's a new position, or I'm assuming they've already started?
She's here.
Yeah, we have it here present with us.
Okay. You're gonna have to, I know you guys introduce yourselves, and thank you for doing that. And in part, I'm glad I don't remember, because sometimes when I attach a face and a name to a position, it could potentially become a conflict if people think that there's a special, we're playing favorites if we happen to, have some sort of friendship, or, there could be a lot of lines that could be misconstrued if we know the name that's attached to the title. So on my end, when I'm speaking on a specific position, I trust me that I forget who is the specific person. So when I looked initially on that position, I'm noticing that it's an 8% increase as opposed to maybe a typical 3, 4, if we're being generous. Why the 8% increase on this position? Considering that, we'll touch on it when we move further along on other departments where I'm not seeing an increase at all. So why this position is an 8% increase?
I know that is a union position. It could be one of the agreements or CBA that we have. So probably Ramona can tell you a little bit more about it. But I know it's a union position, so it goes by steps.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I already have an understanding that the data clerk, the data entry clerk, which is removed from the mayor's department, coming into your department, why the need for this position and what role would this person have for your department?
So it's going to continue with the same role, and we're going to add to it. So we're going to put a position under the buildings and facilities. It makes sense to be under buildings and facilities because it's at the entrance of one of the buildings. I think it's been a plus for people who come to visit City Hall. They always look lost, looking for departments, and that person is, from my point of view, I think he's doing a great job guiding person and bringing them to the right places where they are looking for. And then we're going to add some duties because buildings and facilities now is growing, and they receive a lot of invoices and things like that. Glenn Gotti, who is a supervisor for buildings and facilities, that he will need that help, and we really can do, a lot with that position under buildings and facilities.
Okay. I'm all set for this department.
Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. One of the bigger, from where I sit, one of the bigger changes that you have done in your department, at least in this portion of it, is, by the way, happy birthday, is the deputy director. I just want you to know, and I want to say this publicly, that you've always have been available to me when I needed to talk to you about any particular issue. So the response time, even during a little less than snowstorms for obvious reasons, but very good. And I have nothing to complain about with respect to response. But what you were able to do in selecting someone who I thought has shown herself to have aptitude, and then I frankly have relied more on your deputy than on you recently. To get answers on things. And I think that's the way you want it to be. And if things rise to a certain level, then I know I can always access you and have a conversation with you. But quite frankly, that has been relatively rare. Why? Because your staff, most specifically that individual, has done a pretty good job. And I just felt compelled to say, I know there's personnel positions that I scratch my head after we authorize it or support it. I'm thinking, oh my God, what a nightmare. I'm thinking this person was just awful. Or I don't want to, not what I expected and not what the city deserves. But in this particular case, it's the other way. So I just felt compelled to say that. The rest, and I just, since you are part of this as well as the Department of Public Works, you have it's a challenging city. It's a challenging city for all our departments and all of our department heads. And you, we always talk about public safety, and DPW sometimes doesn't get the attention that it deserves, especially when it comes to snowstorms and other things. I mean, you always get brought to the carpet every February, not every February, but when we have a massive snowstorm and people would want answers. I think there's always room for improvement. I think room for improvement for you, for me, all of us can improve. But I think that you're open to improvement, and I'm happy with the job that you're doing, and I just want to say that publicly. Nobody's perfect. I'm going to find reasons to complain during this budget. But when I say complain, I mean constructively criticize, not to criticize to demean or to put people down, but to criticize to how can we improve. So that's how I would look at it when I get to those points that are going to come up. But just thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll pass that compliment to my team. That is because of them. We have a good team, and I appreciate what they do on an everyday basis.
Thank you. Any other questions, sir? Any other questions or comments? No. Okay, so I have, before we move on, I echo both of my colleagues' sentiments towards you and your availability and your willingness to work with us, and to the Deputy Director, Ms. Santana. As you know, all the emails that I sent to you guys with requests, I reach out to both of you directly all the time, and even, was it last week? Last week you met with me and you weren't feeling well, and you're like, Counselor, I'm sorry. I don't know if it was allergies or something, but I appreciate what you guys do. I do have some areas that, to Councilor DePlante's point, that I may be providing constructive feedback later on in the budget. But overall, I do appreciate the efforts that you guys make as leaders and your team. Now, on the flip side of that, going back to the comment that Councilor Marmol made about how your employees are a reflection of you, some of what I mentioned earlier about what city employees say about city councilors and how it get back to us, I've heard some things from employees of DPW. And if things are said in your personal time or whatever, I don't care about that. That's your personal time. Do whatever you want. But when negative things are happening or being said during work time, that's a problem. Because now, I have a whole budget in front of me, and you have the director asking us to approve it and to support you. So again, I echo that a department is the reflection of the leadership, and I know you try your best to work with all of us, and I don't, I'm not oblivious to that, and I appreciate that. But I think there's some work to be done when it comes to some of the employees within your department.
I absolutely agree. So that is not what they see from the leadership of the department. So and that's something that we can work on, definitely.
Thank you. All right, Director, let's move on to, I'm sorry, I did have a question. Page 110, Water and Sewer Office Supervisor. That is under, does the Water and Sewer Department, I know it's under DPW, but is there a separate budget for them?
There is a separate budget for them, but the position is created on the ordinance with that name. But it's because the same department, so it fits perfectly with the DPW.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on to Public Works Engineering. Is that Terra Luna? That's Terra Luna?
One second. Okay, under engineering, there is no changes as you see, just again, contractual agreements with the unions, salaries and wages.
Any questions or comments pertaining engineering? Councilor LaPlante.
Thanks. So, in a city like Lawrence, and you know the city as well as, or better than most, with all the engineering issues that we have a half of an engineer. It just startles me that.
So that's because, Councilor, sorry that I interrupt you.
Please interrupt, because maybe I'm going the wrong way, and you're going to straighten me out.
That's because it's budgeted, through water and our administrative office. So it's budgeted half of the salary, we pay it from DPW, half of the salary is paid from water department. That's why you see half of the position there.
I didn't ask you which half's in the DPW and which half's in the water, but does the city engineer is the city engineer current with all the proper certifications that's required for the ordinance?
No. So we haven't been able to find someone with the qualifications. So we've been in conversation with the unions, trying to do different, things to make it, a little bit more attractive for engineers with the licenses to come and work with us. But we signed an MOU with them, so I need to review it again because I think we still need an engineer with the PE license, but because of union issues, we're not able to offer the salary that they are looking for. So right now, so we are in that process, but again, so we are going to find one.
You seem optimistic about it, but I will say to you that this has been ongoing for quite some time now. It's been multiple years.
Absolutely,
where
yes.
we haven't had an individual with the proper credentials. It's been like a long time. I mean, it may be, I don't want to guess, a long time. I'll stick with that. And I don't know what's impeding us from getting somebody that's with the proper credentials. My first reaction is, are we providing enough resources? Is there enough funding? I don't know what's going to attract somebody with the proper qualifications. I mean, we have an engineer among us here. I could probably say, I probably should be asking Mr. Rodriguez that question. I mean, what would it take for Mr. Rodriguez to be the city engineer? I mean, what would we be looking for an engineer with the kind of credentials you have to work here? Are we
President.
lowballing through you?
Well, let me tell you something.
What's the number? 100,000? Is that the going rate total?
Probably $130,000.
Well, half of it right here is
No,
49.
that we need to find and
But I want to
qualify.
find out from a guy who is in the field how much this would attract somebody.
The problem here is sometimes the salary, but I mean, it's more than that. Sometimes you don't mix your engineering professional with a lot of stuff that is going on in such a political department. So sometimes professionals on that area think about that as well, and that and work in a place that sometimes decisions are made based on people that don't necessarily understand, just for the political desire. That's an issue. So to me, I
I'm
mean,
not asking you for. I wasn't being serious.
no, I mean, I'm serious.
Yeah.
That's the reality. But I mean, to get to your point, we have Felix, that was the city engineer for quite some time. He have the credential, and he left Tumetuen probably maybe 3-4 years ago.
Who was that?
Felix
Felix
Garcia?
Garcia?
That's right.
So 3-4 years ago. And then we have a couple others, Milagros. She also served.
Yeah, good point.
She was also PE.
Ryan.
Peña, and also Carlos Hackes. He was not the city engineer, but he had the credentials. So they all have left. And at some point, we're going to get to the point that we can get a PE for the position.
So let me end with this, and constructive criticism, not to beat you down, but rather to let you know where I'm coming from, that would lift up our city a little bit more, and especially from your department. We need somebody here. I'm not saying whoever's filling in is doing a bad job necessarily, but we need somebody there who can pick it up, because there's a lot of demands, and we need somebody with some expertise to provide that. Even from the ordinance committee, when I was the chair of the ordinance committee, relying on plans, for example, on streets and such, and trying to get those, and working with the police department and trying to figure out what works for a safe street. You get what I'm driving at? And that's just a small part of it, and that's a small part of their job. It's a much bigger job. So anyway, I think that would be helpful if we really get somebody with the qualifications to serve.
Yeah, believe me, Councilor, we're looking for that.
I
person.
hear you. Thank you. Preaching to the choir.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Essentially, on this department, something that I believe it is going to be needed is the configuration of the department. We have a person and a person doesn't make a department. So essentially, we need to do a feasible study to see what is it that we need, and within that, designed a department with a specific positions. A city like Lawrence, perhaps with close to 100,000 people, it's a lot of vehicles. That's one of the biggest revenue that we have, which is SA taxes. But with that, a lot of other things come as part of the responsibilities. And, you know, as an engineer, I can tell you that it is important to have a traffic engineer in place. Because, I mean, without that, with that, it will be a lot of in-house little project that can be done, that we can save some money, and a lot of analysis that we can use that person to do. They can do those analysis, traffic analysis, and sometimes those are also savings. I think that you should have somebody that, you know, is a drafter, an AutoCAD drafter that can do small designs in combination with the traffic engineer and the city engineer to do some in-house work, especially during the downfall time, perhaps winter. And I think that the configuration of the department is going to lift up the department, the DPW in general, with a lot more expertise, perhaps. I just want to make sure, like, I'm clear when my previous statement. I'm not referring to you as the person that is going to guide the department. You are very well qualified with a lot of experience, and we have talked about different issues when it comes to the department. But what I mean by political decision is not necessarily from the director; it's from the politicians. So far, the director haven't become a politician yet, but I mean, you're not the politician that I'm referring to, you know, just to be clear on that. But yeah, I mean, I think that the configuration of the department, of the engineering department, will be nice to see at some point. Adding positions that we need, even though we probably don't fund it, but see the intention as of why we need those. And I think that will help.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Public Works Street Maintenance.
So again, there is little changes on that department. So other than contractual agreements too, so we're going out to $37,843 just to pay salaries for unions positions.
Any questions or comments regarding street maintenance? Council Marmo.
Director, on page 114, I'm noticing, if you don't mind reminding me, because I'm assuming this is abbreviated, the positions of CHMEO and HMEO.
So you want to know what that means? So SHMEO is special HMEO.
Say that again?
A special HMEO.
Oh,
So
okay, special.
so that's
What makes them
that's
special?
it's like. Yeah, it's the license that that we require for those positions. So, like let's say an MEO is a motor equipment operator. That is a basic license. And then as you go up, like high special HMEO, so then you will require a CDL and a hosting license. So that's what it is. When you go to a special HMEO, so it's gonna require a CDL license, and then it will be combined like with the sign makers They will need certain licenses too. So it depends the equipment that you're going to operate. So you're gonna require those type of licenses.
Okay, so the HMEO doesn't have a license?
An HMEO is a high motor equipment operator that needs a CDL license.
The reason why I'm asking this is because I'm looking at the salary, and to me, it's a little disappointing to see this position. Well, for one, the SHMEO, there is not even a 3%, there's no increase. And we're speaking to the fact that there's 3 positions. And I divided it by 3. I'm not sure if one, obviously, depending on their longevity to the position, that there's a difference amongst all 3 positions. But if I was to divide it by 3, the average would be $45,739. So again, when I look at the budget and I see salary increases from certain positions where I'm like asking, how is it 8%, for example? And I've done this across the board with other departments. I just have a hard time, and I feel bad for these positions at less than $50,000. How are they even, this is not even a dignified pay. And I don't know the gravity and the depth of what they do, what are the responsibilities for these positions. But I'm talking about $45,000 for the SHMEO, and then the one below that turns out to like an average of 49. When I'm looking at salary increases and I'm not seeing that these positions, when I'm looking at the salary, I'm trying to make sense as to how we feel satisfied in approving a budget where a lot of these employees that are the boots in the ground, the ones that are, not to say that the ones in the office are not doing the hard work, but, I think it's time that our budget starts reflecting the appreciation that we have for the employees that are, are out there and sacrificing the long hours, regardless of the weather, that they're out there doing the work. So I'm just trying to see if you can make sense of why the one with the license that you mentioned, why no salary increase for that position?
Counselor, I do agree with you. They should be making more money, but those are contractual agreements that I cannot violate. So they're just gonna pay what the union negotiate. They're gonna get a 3%, it's gonna be retroactive, and I have to tie to that. So I cannot pay them more than that. They had to go by steps, and that's what it is. I would love to pay them $100,000. But I cannot.
I get it. Hold on. I'm gonna feel a little bit frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit frustrated. I don't know if I'm coming out of pocket, counselor. I'm not sure if this gesture was meant like, oh, obviously, and I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting that. But I also, like, when I hear, oh, it's a contractual obligation or we're just following the steps, the reason why I'm annoyed a little bit with that is because depending on who it is, we find the ability somehow, magically, to put them at a certain step where they're able to start at a certain step and a certain grade. So that's why, I ask these questions to better understand, I want to be able to understand as to why certain positions I'm seeing a very low, and I get it that we have to start from the bottom. Yeah. I'm a union employee myself, and I remember getting paid working for Lawrence District Court at $32,000 a year. It was like $15 an hour back then. And again, I don't even know how I made it. But when I look at the times that we're in now, 49,000, I'm sorry, like the cost of, back, and I don't even remember what year that was, but $32,000 is like, I managed. But 49,000 now, and I'm speaking at the times that we're in now, I don't know how they're managing, and I don't personally think it's a dignified salary, but I completely understand that this is probably beyond your control. But
Yes,
again, I want you to understand that when I see certain positions that are coming in, there's ways where we're putting them in a certain step and a certain grade.
And in that case, it's because if you are an employee that you're gonna be moved in the same department and you've been working with the city of Lawrence for 40 years, 30 years, of course, you're not gonna start in step one. But if you are a new employee, so that's what the agreement says, to start in step one. But if you probably has been with the department for, long period, so of course, you're gonna jump maybe to a different step. So that's probably what you have seen when you see that some employees, they go to a different step in the salaries.
So the storekeeper, for example, is that like, that's a step?
Let's say
we're talking
one
about
of
the
the
$10,000 change.
the storekeepers, they both, the ones that we have, they were moved from other departments. Let's say one of the storekeepers went from the parking to buildings and facilities, and the other one, he probably has 5 years of experience right now. He's gonna go to a different step. That we take that in consideration
And
too.
I love that you said that. There's discretion.
No
there's-
discretion. It's because
But
that
you
person
just
is
said
being
consideration, which is fine. I think that's you
Absolutely.
should. Me as an employee, if I come with certain credentials, I would love for you to take consideration. But that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. It's the discretion that we have to take consideration of the background and experience that some of these employees have. And I feel like sometimes, and I'm not speaking to you directly, I'm generalizing here with this administration, that discretion is dangerous. But I just wanted to make sure that I had an understanding regarding why one specific position didn't have an increase.
So to
and I
be
understand.
honest with you, myself, I don't take the decision where they're going to, so what they're going to get paid. So it goes to personal department. That's their responsibility to put them in the state that they go, taking consideration the experience and all of that. So we just do the recommendation. Salary is another step.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
Any other questions or comments? Council President.
On the stipends, these are the stipend related to the union agreement related to the licenses?
Yes, that's when you get a license, like a hosting license, so the city will give you, I think, $1,500 as an incentive for them to motivate them to get licenses to work for the department, yes.
So if somebody have a license, they also have a responsibility to use those licenses, right?
Absolutely.
Is that the case?
That's the case, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor LaFleur.
I just want to say a quick thank you on the project that I'm working on, the Lawrence Square project. I know that Director Santana has been very involved in helping me out, but also Christian, I think, is in this part of the budget. That's where he is, street operations.
Yes.
So I want to thank him and the rest of the team as well for being consistent and thorough and doing a good job and getting the stuff done every Thursday for 4 o'clock. So just a nice plug and appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment. In page 113, advertising, $18,000. Why do you need $18,000 for advertising?
So we do a lot of advertisement. Let's say when this is no season, we need to advertise. We must to advertise certain things, like when the trenches are gonna be like prohibited. So we had to advertise that. When the season is open again for construction, we had to advertise that. When we're gonna do the tours, or let's say the bridge that we're gonna be closed for 7 months, it's good to advertise that and let the public know. Also, we do a lot of bids that we had to advertise to, and things like that.
Okay. My second, I guess, question/comment. Street maintenance, we're talking about street marking, street signages, all the things that we hear the most from constituents, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So what my comment earlier about my constructive feedback, this is where it's going to begin. I'll keep it short, but I'm very, as much as I love this department, and you know I support this department a lot, but I'm also very frustrated to see the conditions of the street markings within my district. And the comments that have been made to me about counselors not sending requests in. I don't work for DPW 24/7. I'm not a full-time employee for the city. I assist you guys, and you guys help me out. And I know it's not, none of us are blind to see that there's crosswalks, double yellow lines that are basically now invisible throughout District E. And my frustration is, there was a campaign season that a lot of the work from DPW was mainly focused in North Lawrence. And what further frustrates me is that there's an area within Mount Vernon. It's I'm forgetting the streets at the moment, but it's further up Mount Vernon, closer to North Street, the Andover line, where street pavings that I've been advocating for since 2022 magically gets accomplished 3 days before the general election. And it wasn't because of me. I can tell you that much. So things like this frustrates me. And I hope to see an improvement moving forward. And this is a little bit about that politics within this department that we see. And I know sometimes things are out of your control because you do answer to a boss, and I understand that. But we have to keep this in mind. And I wasn't the only one that noticed. I've received calls from constituents. They noticed it. They weren't too happy how that came about either. So I know that I'm not going crazy or overanalyzing things when people are coming to me and stating the same things. So I just want to say that. I emphasized this before when we had the hearing on the snow situation, that when we think about the city, and it's not just north or south, it's the city of Lawrence. And I understand sometimes for a project, majority of the resources need to be focused in one area, but we can't just 90% focus on one area. We have to find that balance, that if we're doing a project in North Lawrence, that something is happening in South Lawrence too, because again, we're one city. And I just want to emphasize that, because I'm seeing a lot of my markings disappearing.
Yeah, I would like to say, Councilor, that construction doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen in 3 days. You have to trust me if I tell you, when you requested those streets, maybe you had to wait for years for those streets to be done. So we need to do procurements, we need to get fundings, we need to do a lot of things. It's not because someone is campaigning or not. It's not because the boss requested it. So he requested a flagpole to be put on Marston Street, and the mayor waited for 2 years. So he requested whatever he wants. He has to wait for the procurement process, because I'm not gonna do a mistake just because a boss is requesting me to do it. So I assure you that it's not because there was an election, because right now we're investing millions of dollars, and there is no election coming up. So right now we paving, we are doing markings and all of that. We're not gonna stop. And so I can assure you that none of them, my employees, is hearing like, do something in the south, do something in the north, something in the north. No, we go and work in Lawrence as a city. We don't see the river. We go out there every day to clean our parks, to clean the streets. I don't see the river when we're doing our job. So I have here supervisors, and they know that I had never them requested something from them like, go and do this in the north because of this, or go do this in the south because of this. No, we don't see the city that way, and I can assure you that. So if you see that those streets were paved, there were years of work behind that to happen.
Thank you, and I appreciate your explanation.
So also with the painting, I can tell you, so right now we're painting more than ever. So I've been in the department for 16 years, and I have Kathy. She pays the bills. She never have paid more bills for painting than before than now. We painting. We doing marking, painting a lot. We as you can see. So the city needs a lot of improvements. And we're doing it. We have a limited budget. We're getting some help from the state. We're getting some help from grants, and we invest in that money, as we get it. So, but we're gonna get to the point that the city is gonna look a lot better, and we're working on that.
I believe it. I believe it under your leadership. But I still wanted to make this comment and share my concern. And I appreciate your explanation and clarification on that. I also, even aside from my comments, I want to reemphasize that I do see the work that your team does. And I understand that sometimes there's a lot going on, and I understand that. But at least let's use street markings for an example. I'm going to use South Broadway. It's visible. We all travel up and down South Broadway and Broadway, and the middle of South Broadway, that double yellow line has been missing for months now, if not maybe almost a year, and we all see it. So I don't understand that process behind it, but
Yeah.
I think I've made my point, and I think you heard it loud and clear, and I appreciate it, and I also appreciate you giving some insight on the process behind the scene. All right, I was about to call you counselor, director. Next one, Public Works Sanitation. That's page 115.
So again, no changes on that, just personal services.
Counselors, any questions, comments regarding sanitation? All right, moving on.
I do.
Oh, Counselor LaPlante.
During this past year, illegal dumping seems to be crawling upward. And also the homeless population and the stuff that is left behind, especially under our bridges. I know we had that fire, but continues to mount. And I know it's a difficult battle, so I'm very empathetic. But I just don't know if we're doing enough with respect to the damage that's being done by our own residents who are leaving things aside and dropping things in areas, or people who are coming from other places and living in, obviously they just leave stuff wherever it is. There's no trash pickup under a bridge, and there's no collection days for that. So I'm looking for an innovative way that can start moving the needle back in a different direction. I know we're not going to get full compliance. I know our streets are going to be magically clean forever. I know there's always going to be something there, but I'm looking to see a change. And I don't know, and I'm asking you, have you given that some thought about how we can improve on that? And if so, what's holding us back from following through on the thoughts that you have?
So, Counselor, I have a lot of ideas, but I'm limited to clean the mess. So to have a plan to deal with the homeless, and that problem is, the police department, I think, is doing a good job on that, and OPD. So I just received the call to, where to go and clean the mess. Right now, it's not my responsibility, to do a plan to work with that issue. Okay. So right now, my budget is being drained. We're draining our budget, just picking up dumpsters full of trash from those bridges, from the rivers and all of that. But my function is just limited to clean the mess, and other departments, they have the responsibility to work with the plan,
The homeless is just a subsection of a bigger problem. I just throw that out there because it's isolated, and where it's happening, there's a lot of it. I will give you an example of dumping or things going on habitually, and every district has their space, right? I've got my space too in District F. So my space in District F, and everybody has one, or at least, or more than one, is Shawshene Road near the Breen School. And you and I have walked it. We try to figure out some ways to deal with it. But I will tell you, it's just a consistent location where I am believing that it's locals. And I'm just trying to figure out, because this is under our budget. We have recycling and trash collection, solid waste disposal, and what we haven't talked about is, I'm surprised that the numbers aren't going up. I thought for sure our tipping fees would going up, and it's not. I'm surprised. And that the contract, well, it's a very significant contract. So for the trash pickup with capital, that's under here, right?
Yeah.
But outside of that, I will say this: I make a lot of calls to department heads over the course of my career on the council. The one call that I've historically hated to make, always, is a call to a DPW director asking them, I've got a mattress or some tires or something that's been tossed out in front of the yard, can you come, or somewhere, can you come pick it up? Because all that is someone, a resident, someone that I represent maybe, has decided that they didn't care about anybody else or going by the rules, and they were just going to throw it out there and let the rest of us pay for picking up their whatever it was that they had out there. And why I hate it, because it was self-inflicted. It was one of our folks that did this. The rest of us are paying for it, and that's coming out of out of the taxpayer's budget. And I always hate making that call because it just grates on me. But I have to make it, and I do. And just want you to know that I hate that call when I make that to you. But I want to know what we can do to start moving the needle. I know money is an issue, and it's going to be an issue. What have you thought about? Can you give me some ideas on how we can move this? 'Cause it's still a problem.
So, Councilor, I have the same frustration that you have. So I know the inspection services, they go and put a camera on Shawshene Road, and then illegal dumping stop magically, and they, for a little bit, but they go and move the cameras and start again. And not finding someone and put it in the local paper for people to see it, so it frustrates me a lot, believe me. So I know that you mentioned that probably if somebody did do an illegal dumping and the city can find them, so if we put like a citation or a ticket, that money can go to my budget for me to be able to replace the money that I'm spending just because of that. So I know my budget in trash is not going up, but you can remember when Groundwork Lawrence used to call for a lot of volunteers to come and clean the river and clean the parks and all of that. By the time that they do the call now, we already clean up all the parks, and they just come 2 or 3 volunteers. And before we used to bring 10 containers to different locations, and now maybe 1, and we put it at the city yard. So my team is working hard, since, weather permitting, start cleaning early. So that way, people, when they come and visit our city, they don't see all the trash that they used to see before, because we just were waiting until those cleanups, happens. Right now, we are proactive on that. Right now, if you go and see the river, like the Speaker River, it looks amazing, but we continue maintaining those areas. And when people see that the area is very clean, so maybe the neighbors are now watching, and they can call us and tell us if they see like a vehicle, and we can get a plate, and we can do a citation on that. But again, I think cameras is what we need to put all over the place. To see those that are driving with a truck full of trash during the night, because there is no places where to bring the trash during the night. So if they're gonna be driving in the city, they're gonna go to maybe to the river or under the bridge to do the illegal dumping. But I think cameras, I think is what we will need to continue, installing. So people are afraid of them, so they probably go somewhere else and do those illegal dumping, so they can gonna be motivated to go, to a transfer station to do it.
How many cameras do we have in DPW?
DPW doesn't have cameras. We have a lot, but we don't manage them.
That since
So there is-
we have a lot, but we don't. Okay.
There is a lot of cameras in our buildings, but we do not manage any cameras.
Okay. How many cameras are in our buildings? Or you said outside, because you're looking at cameras outside for illegal dumping, so it's not just in our buildings, right?
Yeah, I don't know how many cameras Inspectional Services has. I don't know how many cameras the police department has. And I cannot tell you from the top of my head how many cameras we have in each and every one of the buildings, but it is a lot.
So, but it's not under your jurisdiction.
No, it's on the IT
You
department.
don't
so
purchase the cameras.
we can help purchasing the cameras to secure our buildings. Yes, we can do that.
So where is your camera budget in here when you do purchase cameras? Where is this in the budget?
So there is probably capital funds like that are dedicated for IT department. So, and is managed under the capital improvement asset manager. So there is funds there.
So the only time you get money is out of the capital improvement budget. So there's capital line item for cameras.
I know like most of the technology that is in this room is from capital money that there was assigned to do that.
For this room?
Yes.
Cameras in this room, which are?
Like TV, microphones.
Yeah, we're talking about surveillance cameras more than television cameras that these are. But, but you don't have?
We do
I'm
not
confused.
manage any camera.
We can drill down, not tonight. There's an entire item on this that's going to be before the full council on Tuesday. My colleagues here already know this. We're going to be having a conversation about this. We're going to try to figure out a smart and intelligent way on how we're going to deal with this issue. We will probably try to get an inventory, at least having a semblance of who's got the cameras, what are they used for, that kind of stuff. Are they outdoors for surveillance for trash or for crime or whatever? But you work, so anyway, so just be ready that if you don't have any, you don't have any, but if you do, we will need to have a public hearing on those items that they're out there. So we just need to be aware of that. How are we doing with recycling?
So recycling, yeah, we're doing okay. So we are creating a plan now to go after the students come back to school in September. So to go and do educational, maybe meetings with the students and all of that. So we are gonna hit the schools to the students to bring the message to the parents.
Do you have any metrics that shows either improvements or lack of improvements on recycling? How are we trending? There must be numbers, I'm sure they're calibrated. How are we looking?
I can tell you because of the bills. When the bills go high, the recycling is we increasing the recycling. So recycling is a good thing, but it's expensive. So when our bills go high, it's because we're recycling a lot.
Is it still worth recycling when China and most specifically China, is not taking our products, and they haven't for years? And is it more expensive to recycle than to not?
It is more expensive.
So it's less expensive if we don't recycle. Is that what you're suggesting?
So what I'm saying is, counselor, so it's good for environment, but it's not good for our accounts, to be honest with you.
And what kind of discrepancy are we looking at? I'm throwing stuff at you, and so I'm not looking for precise. I'm looking for ballparks to get an idea.
So we had to pay to collect the recycling. We had to pay to dispose the recycling. So in the past, we didn't used to pay, for the final disposal. But now, yes, under the new contract, and we didn't used to pay for, to dispose of recycling in the past because the company that had the contract, they have their own plant right now. So we have a company that they don't have their own plant to receive the recycling. So right now we had to pay for the final disposal and the collection too, and it's a little bit more expensive than the trash. And if it's contaminated, so then we're gonna receive fines and things like that.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to parks maintenance.
Parks maintenance, the only big increase that we have there is $130,000. That's for the landscaping contractors that are mowing our parks, and it's under other purchase of services, account 5380. So other than that, it's just contractual agreements too.
Any questions pertaining to parks maintenance? Councilor Marmol.
Director, do you mind giving details regarding 5380, other purchase and services? That I see $130,000 to be increased to that line item.
So we never budgeted that contract. So what we're doing now is budgeting right and putting it in the operating budget, because we used to pay it from capital funds, but again, capital funds are sometimes are not available. So we would love to have it in the operating budgets, to not come like every year, so and request capital funds to comply with that contract.
Okay.
And again, those are contractors that are mowing our parks on a daily basis.
Okay. I'm all set for now.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor LaPlante? No. Oh, I thought you meant, okay. Moving on to fleet maintenance.
So no changes on fleet maintenance, just $14,000 for contractual agreements, again, personal services.
How many take-home vehicles do you have in your fleet?
So from the top of my head right now, I don't know, but I know that information was sent to you a couple of times already, so I know you have that information. But again, are just supervisors on call, and all that are able, they need to be on call all the time. Let's say to be on call, let's say I have the buildings and facility supervisor here, so he needs to take a vehicle home because he can be called at 2 a.m. in the morning, and he needs to be able to come to the city and respond to an emergency. In that case, the same thing with the streets and park supervisor. So again, he supervises the streets and parks, and he needs to take the vehicle home. That's the only way that I can assure that we have those resources available if I need them. So, but laborers, they do not take vehicles home, just supervisors.
Okay. So, I'm assuming, because you are aware that these numbers were sent to us, I'm assuming that you know the discussion that we had the first night about the GPSs? No?
No.
Okay. So the first night with the IT department, we had a discussion about take-home vehicles and GPSs and the usage of city property being used for personal. And we were told that there has been discussions with the DPW department, meaning the director, about purchasing GPSs again or replenishing some that already have some but may not be working. And I expressed that I believe it's a good thing. I do believe that we need to keep track of how city property is being used, because it's a vehicle, but it is city property. And I'm hoping that there's a positive outcome from those discussions in the future. And I know money is always a problem, always, I'm looking at the CAFO, I'm like, I know, but hopefully something, we can figure something out.
Yeah, GPS is a good thing, but we need to take in consideration that we need to get in negotiations with unions
Right.
also.
Yep,
to-
that was discussed as well, yep.
And I know people think that we in the past had GPS. We use GPS for the contractors. As no contractor, we used to give them a GPS. That way, I don't remember which one of you called me one day. They never passed by this street, and that person sent me the screenshot that they went like 20 times, for on that street. So that's why we used to give them GPS to the contractors, not to the city vehicles.
But we have the numbers, and we can see, how many times vehicles get fueled with their gas and the cost of that. So, taking that into consideration, to me, it is important to start monitoring how these vehicles are being used outside of working hours. And I think that might alleviate some of the costs that we see, aside from the rise of gas that's been happening throughout the last few months. Councilors, any other questions or comments pertaining to fleet maintenance? Seeing none, moving on to facilities maintenance.
Buildings and facilities, so there is an increase of $43,000 for personal services. There is also an increase of $5,000 for water and sewer charges. Believe it or not, our department pays sewer and water charges. And repairs, maintenance, buildings and grounds, $10,000, and other purchase of services, $10,000. As I told you, so the buildings and facilities is growing. Now we have 4 carpenters, and we're able to do a lot of things in-house, but for that we need materials also to be able to do the job. So that's why we increasing some of the line items on that to be able to keep them busy.
Councilors, any questions pertaining facilities maintenance? No one? All right, let's continue. Snow and ice ops, our favorite subject.
So there is no increase, it's level funded. The budget is $500,000. But we all know that it's gonna be a little more than that. But it's I remember in the past we used to fund just $100,000. Now at least we're funding $500,000.
All right, questions pertaining snow and ice operations. Councilor LaPlante, and then Councilor Martin.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore this one. Just
When the temperature is 92 degrees out there.
I mentioned this earlier this week. I'm just thankful that we don't have elections in February and March, because I don't think any of us would win. So we're glad they're in November. Obviously, this is an issue. I don't know what we can do to improve. I think I will repeat what I said when you were here earlier in the year. You're placed in an impossible position. I know that we may have a difference of opinion regarding parking strategies, but the reality is we have 50,000 more vehicles. No matter where you put the decks on the Titanic, they're still going to be there. It's just where are they going to be placed? We're still going to have 50,000 new cars no matter where we go. One side, two side. It's just the reality. I don't know how we're going to get for you guys, for DPW to use the contractors to plow. I've talked to ISD about the sidewalks. I know that's not you. You guys kind of do this around the schools, so I'm told. But now that we're in the summertime and now that we're a little more sane, we're not crazy taking phone calls and calling you all the time. I'd like to get your thoughts on what we could have done better now that you've got some hindsight and some breathing room regarding that. I mean, now's the time, not tonight, but relatively speaking, this time of year is the time to really focus on policies for the winter when we're not impacted because we can't make good decisions in the middle of a crisis.
So I think this is the time. I know Mr. President Rodriguez has been, we've been in a conversation. We need to review ordinance, and like you, he's worried about what is happening right now. So I know that the best way to do is if everybody just go to one side of the road when it's snowing, but again, there is not space for residents to park. But that is letting us in a bad position because then those same people that are parking the wrong side of the road are the one calling you that we didn't do our job. So we do not win on that situation. It's very hard to work with both sides of the road, like full of cars, and there is no way to do a good job. And again, if we go out there with enforcement, with the police department, so those companies that work for us, the towing company, they just have the capacity to bring maybe 100 cars to the yard. And 100 cars, you can find that in a block. Then what is going to happen with the rest of the streets, 638 that we have? So it is frustrating. And you spend the whole night, you spend 3 days, 4 days, 5 weeks in a row, 5 days in a row working, trying to open the streets. But again, cars are on our way, and we cannot do our job that way. Again, I know that the blue lights, they were like put out there with intention that we just hit the button, the lights go flashing, and then everybody goes and moves to one side of the road, but that is not happening. We do a lot of effort. We go to radio shows. I don't see other cities going to radio shows, to posting a lot of information in social media, making phone calls, robocalls, all kind of effort for people to understand that it's for their safety that we need them to move to one side of the road. But that is not happening. And I think it's from this room that we need to take, hard decisions. I know that the city cannot be responsible if I buy 2 cars. If I buy 3 cars, the city is not responsible for that. I think everybody has to find, where to park their cars to be able to give us the roads for us to make our job. I think, again, it's frustrating to spend, 24 hours, 36 hours, 72 hours working out there, and the city looks like if you never touch those streets, because also when they move the cars, they throw all the snow back into the road, and that's not fair when I have these guys working, for more than 24 hours straight. And again, from this room, in a sunny day, is when we need to talk about it and take a decision, and it's going to be a hard decision, but it's going to be for the safety of the city.
I'm done.
Council President?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. One suggestion is that we need to start thinking about designing a new shed for the salt that is double or triple the capacity, because that during the winter is something that come up as a need all the time, and that can put the city in a better position if we do that. So is that something that we're planning on the future?
Yeah, of course, Councilor. The thing is, when you're right, when we spend a couple of days, working out there and putting salt on the streets, then our shelf goes empty, and then is when we are fighting with the company, asking them to bring us the deliveries, but other cities are in the same situation, and then is when we get afraid. So if we don't get the salt, then what are we going to do? But it's about space. The city yard is not big enough to create that big space that we need. And guess what? It's next to the river, so we cannot continue growing like next to the Speaker River. So we need to find another location. I know that we don't see a lot of spaces, a lot of land in the city of Lawrence, but I think we need to, I don't know, buy houses, buy a neighborhood, and do a bigger yard for the DPW, because again, we bring a lot of trash and contamination, and again, we next to the river, and we're not happy doing that.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, moving on to parking division.
So parking division, so there is no changes there other than $10,000 for personal services, and those are also contractual agreements.
Councilors, any questions or comments pertaining to the parking division?
I do.
Councilor LaPlante and then Councilor Marmol.
So when I think of parking division, I think of meters. When I think of meters, I think of disaster. So help me, only because I think overall it needed to be done. I just am concerned, again, about some of the locations where there's residents and not strictly businesses. And now that I think we're making some good money. What's our, this is probably a good time to ask the question on the revenue side. What are we bringing in for revenue on the meters?
So the meters is $1.2 million every year that they give us as a revenue. So and then if they pass a certain amount of money, I know they have to give us a percentage of that. I don't think they haven't hit that amount yet, but again, it's $1.2 million a year.
And how much longer is that contract, do you recall?
So it's gonna expire next year.
So when next year, 2027?
Yeah, 2027.
June, end of the fiscal year?
Around June, yes.
All right, so end of the fiscal year. So we're 1 year away.
Yes.
Okay. Have you thought about, now it's just time to start thinking about it, right? Have you started thinking about what happens when the contract expires?
Me and David, we having conversation about it, and we had to bring our ideas, to the administration to see what they thinking about that. I know there will be changes, and it has to be changes because there is a lot of people angry out there. I know we need the system to manage the parkings, because right now, if you go in front of City Hall, you're not gonna be able during the day to find a spot. And there is parking meters. Can you imagine when there was no parking meters, it was too hard to find a spot? I remember when we got into that agreement, so the mayor was very nervous about to getting into a parking meter contract. But then businesses started coming to the city hall and says, Mayor, if you don't put parking meters, then we're gonna lose our business, because people, they don't find a place to park. They park here and they go to New York, and 3 days after they can come and pick their car. So people, they didn't move in the past. Right now, so the meters, I know that there is a lot of complaints about that, but it's helping. Not the way that we expected, but it's helping a lot. So, but there is always, space to improve in that.
We talk about the businesses. I'm not going to harp too much. We can spend an entire meeting on parking meters. But the concern that I'm hearing is even on our main street, on Essex Street, that some of the businesses have been closing down. Some of the restaurants have been closing down on Essex Street, I am told. And the blame is because patrons can't find a place to park to go eat. And that's an impact. And that's counter to what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to accomplish a vibrant city, a city that has got a major street like Essex Street that is a hub, right? Hub of activity. It's our commercial spot. And I just don't know. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the end of this contract, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the plans are for the next contract, if there is a contract, and what that might mean. How are we dealing with ticketing? You guys, are you in charge of ticketing too under this?
That's correct, yes.
So,
But not with the company, not with the PCI company, but with the traffic control unit.
so we have more cars than ever. I would imagine people are looking for a place to park, and they're probably willing to take a chance or two, stay a little longer than they probably ought to, or park in places they probably shouldn't be, just because they're desperate for a parking spot. How's our ticketing situation coming? Is it going up, down? Where are we on trends? Do you have numbers that you can share?
So right now, I don't know if Davey has numbers with him right now, but yes, we are, targeting every neighborhood, especially those corners where, the fire department calls, there is cars, right at the corner, and we go and install those signs and we enforce that. But David can give you a little bit more information about it.
Hi, councilors. As of, I think last week, during the winter, we issued 8,700 tickets for the winter parking ban. And in total, we've issued 11,500 tickets in general. We're way ahead. I think we're like 1,000 or 2,000 ahead of, the prior years. And I'm talking about traffic control.
This is not a means to make money for the city, and it's supposed to be changing behaviors, but the offset is revenues coming in. How much money are we bringing on these tickets?
So we're close to 800,000, which we haven't been in that vicinity for a while.
Have we ever been in that vicinity?
We've been close 900 and I think something thousand that but this is in a year. We're talking about 6 months.
So you're at $800,000 in ticket revenues in 8 months, in half a year.
Yeah, and that's because of the winter. The winter was really
because
rough.
of the winter.
Correct, and the tickets went up to $100.
Gotcha. All that money goes into the general fund, I presume?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. What was our forecast? Did you guys ever forecast this at all? Were. Do you forecast? Do you set expectation? I'm not saying you have got a ticket number that you're trying to meet, but when you look at your budget and you look at the amount of work, you say, yeah, we expect to get X number of tickets, et cetera. Is this exceeding anything that you had planned, or do you not do that?
So our expectation are like that people behave and not to have to give them tickets and things like that. So we never expect to have a penny just because of that. So we will never do that, but we had to go out there and then enforce if they do not behave. That's what we do.
Yeah, all we're looking for is compliance and, having.
Totally agree.
Corners for fire department to be able to turn and, those type of things.
I want to wrap my comments down because it's getting late. What is the biggest infraction you're seeing?
So it's no parking here at a corner, 20 feet from an intersection. That's our biggest one. The biggest complaints come from fire department, ambulance, not being able to turn on some of these, smaller streets.
And how quickly do you, how do you get these? You get these by police calling you in, residents?
Residents calling PD. We have a website that we get complaints from neighbors. It goes, I read it most of the
You
time.
have a website? Who's got a website?
It's called Help Desk, and they send it to
Oh.
IT, and they send it to me. And if problem areas, we address it. If it's abandoned cars, people parking, double parking, vehicles unregistered and stuff like that.
How many feet from the curb?
Well, if it's 20
It's an
feet.
intersection, I mean.
Yeah, intersection is 20 feet.
20 feet?
Correct.
I will let you know that sometimes I see signs and they're not 20 feet. It seems like sometimes it's 30 feet, sometimes it's 10 feet where the signs are. I think what the point here is we can improve a little bit on accuracy of when we put the signs.
No, that's correct. If you go to Jackson Street, it's 50 feet, and there's plenty of parking, but people look at it when they park, it's like, I'm not next to the corner, but the sign says no parking here at the corner is usually like 50 feet.
50 feet, that's.
Maybe we can improve that. I mean, it's usually engineers, I think, that do that. I'm not.
Well, I will, listen, we all know the parking crunch. If that's 2 parking spaces on Jackson Street, which is not my district, I think the people would love to have the 20 feet, and a couple of parking spaces, I think that would be
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah, correct.
So maybe that's a small thing that you can do to improve a tiny bit around and just seeing if those make sense, if the signs are put in a proper place so that we have more parking. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Marmo.
No, I share the same sentiments as my colleague, and I was pretty much, it's right on the money in terms of what I was gonna ask. It's good to hear that this contract expires in June of 2027. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm not sure where administration or your department and how much say do you have when it comes to renegotiating their contract. Personally, for me, I won't speak on behalf of the council. I don't want to continue to do business with a company that, given the opportunity and a moment to listen to our residents' frustrations, that the way that they decided to handle the situation is that they did not even want to answer questions. And I know I personally have requested data due to, upon discovering the fact that this company was charging residents during holidays. And this was on one particular holiday, to when I had requested more additional information to see what other holidays that they have been charging our residents. And what they decided to do is that they wanted to lawyer up, and instead of responding to us or, answering our questions, it was always, talk to our lawyers or talk to our attorneys, and never an explanation, never a response. Every time we wanted to receive additional information or at least have an understanding as to what's happening, if there's an error, if there's mistakes being done, why can't we have the conversation of trying to rectify that now? Why do we have to wait for a contract to end? And I'm sorry, like a business, a company that is already demonstrating that they have no wiggle room to be held accountable and to show efforts to want to fix their mistakes, and I just don't see how we could continue to do business with them. So again, I'm not sure to what extent you have a say, and what is the current conversation that is being had. But I'm hoping that you guys take into consideration and not forget, because I think we struggle and we're quick to forget because it happened 2 years ago, the frustrations. So let me allow you to respond to that if you have anything to say in regards to, do you have a say when it comes to these contract negotiations?
It was a contract that it was discussed here in the city council chamber, and it was approved.
I wasn't
I
a
know,
counselor then.
but it was approved here and it was discussed for hours, and they've been very responsive with us every time that we request something from them. So they always come, they always travel to the city of Lawrence. So if they call them right now to show up tomorrow, I'm pretty sure they're gonna send someone from the high level to come. So I cannot make those, or agree with those comments, because they are a vendor. If we go out to bid and they win, the bid, so I cannot tell right now that I'm not gonna give it to them. So I'm not gonna get into that right now. So, but again, so when we get into that process, we're gonna pick the company that is gonna be beneficial for the city of Lawrence. So that's what I'm going to say right now. So if you have any concern, of course, bring it to us, and we're gonna be able to reach them and bring them to the city of Lawrence to respond. I know that there is a lot of posting in social media that they say, oh, they gave me a ticket. And I pay. When you see the receive, they pay after they got the ticket most of the time, because we see that happening a lot. Sometimes I come and I park over there at 8:30, and I park for a little bit, maybe taking a phone call, and I see people that they get out of the cars, they look down the street, and they don't see the guys. They walk into City Hall and they get out and they got a ticket. So that's how they make money. So we need to understand that. It's because for people to get in compliance. I'm not gonna defend them. So I'm gonna defend the city of Lawrence again. But again, so no, everything that you see out there is not all true. You know what I'm saying? So I need to give them that window.
No, I
And
understand.
again, I cannot tell that I'm not going to give them a contract that we are not even discussing right now.
But that's not what I had referred to. I was referring to the fact that this company was charging residents during holidays. I'm not sure if Mr. Rodriguez, if you have an update when it comes to
So
that.
I know during the holidays, the meter,
Motion to
they
pass
don't
then.
work.
So move.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Planner first. All those in favor say aye.
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 The ayes have it. He's on his, it's already done. You had a point of clarification on this?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's keep it.
Well, just to clarify a few things, what you just said about the contract. When the contract came in front of us, it was for one particular reason. Not to approve the contract, because we were not able to change the contract. The contract was already presented to us, and the suggestions that we made, you actually tell us that you were going to receive data and then potentially make those changes. But we were not able to make any particular change to the contract, and the only thing that we approved was the extension of the time from 3 years to 5 years of that contract already drafted and already approved by you guys and designed. So we didn't discuss the terms of the contract. We discussed the time extension from 3 years to 5 years. So just to clarify that in case people are listening.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions?
Well, I had asked if Mr. Rodriguez had an update regarding the fact that there was correspondence sent to the company, if they could answer to the fact that residents were charged during the holidays. And I know when I had sent the request that they were not responding back, so I'm not sure if they responded to you.
There was no update. They lowered up.
Okay.
They lowered up. And after those holidays, I started going to the meters and checking them, and they were off.
Okay. The last thing I'll say regarding parking and meters is there needs to be a revamp whenever we're renegotiating this. Because I don't think the issue is that the city has, for the city to have meters. We understand the need, the necessity of it is just ensuring that we're also being conscious in analyzing and understanding statistically as to where they belong and if it makes sense. So I know that there were some concerns regarding some of the meters didn't make sense because it was more in a residential area. So whenever that comes into, whenever we come to renegotiating, hopefully we do some sort of revamp in terms of the location of some of these meters. That's it.
Yeah, of course. I can tell you, Councilor, that the other day, a group of people from Lawrence Street, they came to City Hall because they wanted the city to install meters on Lawrence Street after Park Street. Because what happened is, because there is meters on one street, people, they just go to another one, and they spend the whole day, and that's a problem. That's why, we were extending to certain areas because people were complaining that because there is mirrors on Essex Street, they go to Garden, and then they come in front of you because they want a residence parking sticker only. And we have, a lot of streets that we had to, you had to create ordinance to allow the residents, to find that spot, with that. With a sticker, resident parking sticker only. But again, you're not going to believe that people are coming from other neighborhoods because they want to get parking meters, believe it or not. So, and we are not moving on that because that's a change in the contract. That's why we didn't move. But again, so they come and they ask us to put meters in certain areas just because people go and park in front of their houses or in front of their businesses, and they don't move for 9, 10 hours, and sometimes 24 hours.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I think that wraps up DPW. Thank you. I think you have to stay though for water.
So I have.
Yeah. So, or are you off? I know it's your birthday, so are you
So
off the
Billy,
clock
thank
now?
you, thank you. Billy Hill's here to,
Okay.
answer any question.
Okay, so you have one more. Parking enterprise fund. So we're gonna go to page 150.
So Ramona, thank you.
See, I was trying to get you off the hook.
Okay, that's just revenue, so it's a very short item, so. And, Ramona, I imagine that the revenues are 1.3 million. That's the projection, right?
All right, so actually it starts to break down on page 51, 151 and 152. 153. All right, walk us through these revenues.
Okay, I do see an increase on that. I see $22,000 on the purchase of service. I imagine, Davey, that's for envelopes. That's envelopes, the envelopes that we use to.
Parking tickets and envelopes.
Yeah, for parking tickets.
Good, Madam Chair? Through you.
Council President?
You mentioned envelopes. I was reading at the ordinance, and I believe I read that if you get a ticket without envelope, that ticket is not valid. Is that correct?
Can you come to the, can you, David? David, can you stand next to the DPW director in case there are any questions that you may be able to answer quickly?
Yeah, I don't believe so, Counselor. I mean, if you're parking legally, your envelope is not gonna make a difference on the fine. I mean, we might charge you for the envelope.
Something that I said before when I get another revenue sheet from the cemetery is that something that is secure in the city of Lawrence is that you're gonna get a ticket if you park in the wrong place. So that's
Absolutely.
for sure. So no, I mean, I just wanna, bring this thing up in a joke way, but I mean, the work that you guys do when it comes to maintaining order, I think is necessary, because it's not about this shit that we get in revenue. It's about the fact that we're gonna change people's behavior, and also we have to do that, and also to maintain order. I mean, it is extremely difficult to turn left or right without having the risk of somebody hitting your vehicle, because I mean, you're not able to see. So those type of parking enforcement so much needed.
I mean, it was a rough winter, and in a sense, because I do the hearings also for the city, so it's, it was rough, and I think the biggest revenue generators is the no parking here to corner or parked in restricted areas. They're running out of parking, they're gonna park, they come late or whatever and park wherever they want. And
Yeah.
we have, 3 shifts going at it.
There's people parking blocking driveways.
Yeah, absolutely, that's an all-day thing that we're working on now too.
I have one for you, Lafayette Ave. The no parking from here to corner, we're working on that, but that's gonna be an area for you.
Absolutely, we'll add it to the agenda. I mean, it's a quality of life kind of thing going on there, so it makes sense.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor LaPlante?
Museum Square Garage, how is that looking? How are revenues? I know that you did an amazing
So,
amount of work there.
Museum Square it's a two-edged sword. We have the contract with Museum Square that they can have up to so many spaces,
Right.
which is 240 spaces, and I think we have 400 spaces available. So the city doesn't really have a lot of spaces to work with. Our revenue is created with reserve parking and transient traffic, which we call transient traffic people that go in and out of court or pay $2 an hour to park. And, it does well, but it doesn't do as well as it should, because we still got to keep spaces for Museum Square in case, somebody moves in.
Last question, I swear. What's your revenue expectations for 2027 are up by $200,000. That's a significant increase. Can you explain why?
So there is another department that is moving to downtown, and they're gonna use our parking garages. And also, you know, I think we're going up in prices with the lots and the garages. And I know that we're going up. I don't remember, David, how much, but I think $5 extra to park.
At which garage?
So we're doing the whole city and, you know, the lots and the
Lots
garages in
and
general.
garages, yes.
Because I mean, if we look at the stats, we're still a little below what, you know, I mean, in a lot, we charge $55 a month. That's not, you know, really a lot a day, but it's just, it gives residents somewhere to park, but the city, you know, has to take the overhead, paying the attendant and the maintenance, you know, the plowing and lines. And so, you know, we haven't had an increase, I think, in maybe 3 or 4 years, probably even longer, and we're looking to get an increase to.
In Buckley Garage, I'm just, how is that operational at this point? Is it, my fear about the Buckley Garage is that whenever a planner decides they're gonna have to do some sort of project or school and they need parking, everybody uses the Buckley Garage as the place that they're gonna be putting in it. I don't know how many it serves, but whatever it is, it's being used for 4 times that. It's for developers' projections.
So, I mean, it works because,
Is it
you know,
full? Is it packed?
It's pretty full. So it works. Parking is, you know, some people go to work, some people come in, some people leave, and people come back. So it kind of works, but it's almost to capacity. We're running out of room. And you know, the roof is one of the less areas that is used, and you know, we can put some more in there, but we're not, you know, we try not to exceed it, because then in the winter everybody comes in because, you know, they go outside to park because they want to walk or whatever, but the winter it gets pretty full and the snow makes it harder.
And one constructive criticism, one of the places where I'm hearing concerns is the cleanliness of the garage, especially the stairwells. There are unmentionable things that are around there that need attention.
I think the director added money for overtime for that reason, so we can, we've actually used the sheriff to pressure spray the hallways, and we're working on it, and, you know, we are to capacity with attendance, so, you know, it's getting a lot better. There used to be a lot of complaints that, you know, we haven't heard them as much, but, you know, the other problem was the homelessness and the food place, and you know, when they feed them, they leave, and the homeless stay, and you know, they go.
Are you
in the
talking about the
garages.
Wednesday nights that I guess used to be there, and I don't think they're no longer.
Yeah, but
there.
that was one of our biggest problems. That, you know,
But they're no longer there, right?
they're no longer there, and it makes it easier, and it's been a lot better to control, but we still can't control them because they go in there to do their stuff, you know, and we don't have cameras in the hallways, you know.
That's it. Thank you. Do you have cameras? Thank you for saying the magic
We
word.
do have cameras.
You do?
Correct.
Okay. So be prepared after next week for more, we'll need more information about the cameras. Thank you.
Council President.
One thing that, through you, Madam Chair, one thing that we approved was that the City Hall schedule changed on Tuesdays. And it happened to be that some employees, enough employees of City Hall, they go to the Berkeley, bring the cars to the parking lot right next to, right behind us, and stay there until 7 when it's time to leave. And the main intent of that of those changes on the schedule is because we want people to come over to City Hall and get those services. But the fact that there is no parking is a contradiction. So I believe the city should have a policy that if employees are parking there, they should pay. It shouldn't be just because they want to park. And the parking should be obviously for the benefit of people that come over to do some business during the extended hours. That was the intent. So I know that we're talking about something that you might you might not have control of it, but I think that a policy at least should be developed when it comes to parking on that parking lot. And in the way that I believe they're doing it is just moving their car over so that way when it comes to 7 p.m., they're not gonna have to walk to the Berkeley garage. So is that something that can work out with the mayor's office?
So the problem there is that the custodians that work over here, the parking attendants, they work from 8:30 to 4:30. That's when they leave, and that's when people start getting into the parking lot. But again, so it's something that we can work on it.
And I'm talking specifically on Tuesday after
They're
extended
here
hours.
Tuesday.
So
They're-
can
they're
I-
here
They're
on
on
Tuesday.
Can I
Yeah.
interject? On Tuesdays, so the city hall attendant is doing the city hall hours. And we do that to try to prevent you guys from not having nowhere to park. So he's there till 7 on Tuesdays.
No,
No,
but
no,
the
no.
issue
But
is
that's not the
employee
issue.
employee
Oh, okay,
taking up
okay.
parking
Employee
all
are taking the
day.
parking for the people
Or-
that actually come over to get some services, because they move the car from the garage to this parking lot, and that way they don't walk over at 7 p.m. when it's time
We
to
can
leave.
bring that out to the administration.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions pertaining the parking enterprise fund? I guess I'll chip in and add, I know, again, this parking lot right here, I know it's not designated for anything in particular, it's a city-owned lot, it's there for the public. But even aside from Tuesdays, the long hours, sometimes if I'm able to, I'm here a little early for meetings, et cetera, and I do see city employees parking, taking up the full day. And I've heard comments about them not paying, et cetera. Some do, some don't. So I guess that's what we need to figure out. If we're going to allow city employees to use this parking lot, is it going to be free to city employees, or are they going to pay? And whichever option we choose, it has to be enforced across the board. I personally don't think that city employees should be parking there. I think it should be left for residents that come in and do business in City Hall. But again, that's a conversation that you guys need to have or should have with the administration and come up with, a happy medium to see what we can work out. Those are my 2 cents. All right, I think this wraps up DPW. Well, no, the commissioner's here. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the employees that sat through this and, all right, we have right into it, airport enterprise fund. Walk us through your budget.
Good evening, councilors. I am I'm honored to be here tonight to talk about the airport budget. As you know, we are an enterprise fund. What I present to you is the FY27 budget, which is a balanced budget supported by the users and tenants of the Lawrence Municipal Airport. We generate our revenues through land leases, landing fees, parking fees, and fuel sales. With me this evening is Chastity Rodriguez, our principal accounts clerk in title, but she also serves at the airport handling the finances of the airport. If we could turn to we start at 154. We're submitting a budget of $783,000. And what was approved by the mayor's office was a change of $81, which brings us to $782,919,000.
It's only a change of 81. Councilors, any questions for the airport? Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is I saw it, a request for proposal for the restaurant section of the airport. How that goes?
It's going well. We do have a candidate that was selected as part of that process, and that is for the new building, which we are currently in the design phase. We are waiting for the FY27 budget from the state to see where we are, where we will be. But right now, the projection is that the state is going to support us with that request. And so in the next, this season, next couple of months, we should be in bidding phase for the new building. And the process, and the reason why we went to market, if you will, for the restaurant is so that we could build side by side. The state is not going to fund the restaurant. The state is only funding a shell. So that restaurateur will have to make an investment. That was made very clear through the RFP process. And so it was part of also learned lessons in other airports when they also went through the aspect of the grants. Some mistakes were made where the floors had to be demolished, the layout of the space had to be redone. There was a lot of loss in revenues and also construction costs that were not done properly. So I think the request of the state was for us to proceed in this direction, go side by side and have somebody that could design, spend their own money in the design phase and work with our design team and then the construction team to, again, not tap into the roof and the roof line and all the other things that they may need to know, because there are some investments, heating, HVAC, a makeup air unit, and various things that are not that won't be covered by the state grant that the restaurateur will be in charge of or responsible for.
Right. Is the new design for the building going to be with the intent of having a remote operation from the Logan? Is that going to be related?
No, we're not. We're not there. No, that's not part of the grant. So remote operations, that is like a mass. That is not. The Lawrence Municipal Airport is one of 36 relief airports in the Commonwealth. We're not part of Massport. We don't have that capacity. We're limited in space and scope. And so what we are good at is teaching new pilots how to fly. Every commercial pilot starts in a small Cessna. Those are things we are good at. We're good at our helicopter program. We're good at relieving small airplanes that congest the airspace at places like Logan so that the big jets, commercial space, could actually operate. If you try to land a Cessna in Logan, you can, but you're going to be paying some $550 to have that, where you don't pay those fees in a place like Lawrence. But the reason is because we welcome that type of traffic so that, again, Logan could operate safely. They could not have as much as congested and put that stress onto those air traffic controllers. And obviously, that is a very topic that you probably see any given time around the state and the country.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? No questions? We have water. All right, well, I don't think there are any questions or comments. Wait, actually, one more.
Yes.
So it's only a two-person operation? No, in terms of the administration, well, besides
Yes.
the board, I don't.
Yeah, so we have two other employees,
So
or at
it's a
least we're.
three-person operation.
It's a four-person
Four,
operation. So
okay. Okay.
Yes. Was there an intent to bring every employee here this
No,
evening?
no, no,
Okay,
no,
just-
no,
I just
no,
wanna-
no. I was like, it's a massive,
Sure.
you know, so I'm only seeing two, so I
Yes,
thought
absolutely.
it was.
No, we're very
But
lean.
that's because my book wasn't open to the personnel page. If I would have I would have seen
Sure.
it before asking. So.
Thank you, Councilor. No, we're
Thank
very
you.
lean, we're very, I do have a very dedicated team. We're currently are in the process of onboarding a new person for maintenance at the airport, part of the union contractual, and looking forward to, again, continuing to deliver to the users and tenants of the airport.
I do have a question.
All right, Councilor LaPlante.
Cameras, do you have any?
We do have cameras, yes.
Okay.
I think everyone has heard your pitch
I
about
know,
cameras.
I know. So he's ready for it.
He's ready for it.
So continue.
Sure. So our cameras were installed as part of, obviously, after the attacks of 9/11. The state grant did deliver some cameras. The new camera systems were replaced some 10 years ago, if memory serve. They were part of a Mass Dot Aeronautics grant as part of the enhanced security. We do have a link to North Andover Police Department for said cameras. They're part of our access control, so they're tied into one another. They don't record sound, but they are there to, again, they're proactive, reactive, right? So if something happens, you have a record to go back to.
You're an interesting case. When I say you, I mean the airport is an interesting case. You're in North Andover. It's an enterprise fund. I don't know if our ordinance speaks to that, but it may. Something we have to evaluate that and see if the language does incorporate the airport. But just like you already heard what I said earlier, we're going to be talking about it on Tuesday, so be ready for some follow up.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Counselor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think this wraps up your budget hearing.
Thank you very much, Councilors. Thanks for your dedication and more importantly, your support to the airport.
Thank you. If
Appreciate
I would
it.
have known this was, I would have taken you guys up sooner. If I
Oh,
would
no
have
worries.
known.
All right,
Would've been
again,
that quick.
all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. All right, next we have our final budgets.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening, Water and Sewer.
William Hale, Water and Sewer Commissioner, 400 Water Street. So tonight I have a recommended budget in the amount of $21,897,293, and that is an increase of $4,602 from last year. And I'm on page 160, gives you an overview. So for sewer, we have an increase of $504,458. That was most transferred from other orgs in the department. In the water administration, we went down $491,105. In water maintenance operations, we went down $8,751. If you turn to page 161, that starts with sewer. So you can just, if you want me to run through everything, or do you want to ask specific questions?
Give us an overview of the sewer division.
So mostly it's the salaries were just collective bargaining agreements that were increased. Longevity had gone down. We had some people that retired. Fuel costs have gone up. We moved postage and printing and mailing. We just combined those two into Org 210, which is in the water administration, I believe. We consolidated a $1,000 just small repair tools and equipment. We just couldn't put that into a different account for repairs and maintenance. And then we increased GLSD's budget by $525,000, so that was just money that we saved on the other end, but we needed to increase that because we're short on the assessment for that. I was here recently to transfer that.
Yep.
And then
Any
if you flip to page 162, that gives you a rundown of the positions.
Any questions pertaining to the sewer division? Seeing none, or if you do come up with something, let me know. But in the meantime, let's move on to water administration.
So in the water administration, So salaries and wages, it was up 56,563. And then purchase of services, we reduced the repairs and maintenance for vehicles. We just brought it down to what we were actually spending. More in line with that, saved a little bit of money there. Same with our repairs and maintenance for office, and then as well as legal services. And then we added in from sewer, the postage and the printing mailing. That's where we combine those accounts to make it more simple. And other purchase services, we've increased that by $5,000. And medical bills were reduced by $40,000. That was just in line with what we've been paying. I worked with Ramona with that. Intergovernmental, that's pension assessment, went up $47,000. And our insurance went up $20,000. And then on page 164, we reduced, that's the line item for the machinery and equipment, reduced that by $25,000 just because we need to be conservative with the budget right now. So we've been utilizing the vehicles that we have. Instead of purchasing new equipment, we've just been servicing it more. And then our debt service dropped off, so we reduced it down by $558,955. That was just for like loans that were paid off. And then the total for the water administration is, we were saving compared to last year, $491,105.
Why do we have another, is it the same position, or is there a second position? But it's water and sewer office supervisor. So that was also listed under the DPW.
Yeah, so they utilize that position name for a manager or supervisor in that department, but the water and sewer office supervisor has always been in the water department, and we have a separate person,
So
Erica.
there's
that does
two
that.
separate people. Okay.
Yep. So we do have the billing analyst position, that's new. So that's going before council, I believe, for a public hearing. So that was an increase of $70,980 for the salaries.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to talk about that position now, but you bring it up. Something that I think that our system need to reflect or need to be updated a little bit, or maybe walk me through, because I don't know if you can get it. I mean, how many ways you have to be able to pay your bills? Like you can send a check, you can pass by and drop a check as well out here, at Water Street, and do it online, or just do it through your bank and then they send the check, right?
Yeah, you can set up auto pay through City Hall systems. You can pay one time with a credit card or electronic check, or you can come in person and give us a physical check.
So for you to do that, you need your bill number, right? The bill.
Account number or bill number?
Account number or bill number.
Yes.
And for you to be able to get that, you need to get a paper.
You can call us, but yeah,
Call,
normally you
right?
have a bill at your house.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they kind of like tend not to keep the paper. And having a phone call, it's kind of like, it's like, it should be a better way than just, having those two options. So I was wondering to see if a system can be incorporated into your current system, so people can search for the bill and for the account online, and not necessarily making a phone call, because you need that person. That person needs to pick up the phone, or wait for the bill, or be late. So there is a way that you can think of about potentially have a database built online, so people can get in and then get the account over, with multiple check factors that you can have built in, like, okay, what is your, questioning or whatever. But I mean, something that they can do it online, that is not dependable of a phone call, because, you know, things are changing a little bit now.
Yeah, so we do offer the customer portal, so we sent that flyer out. We will be sending it out again this year. So every customer has the option that they can have an app on their phone to log in and see their usage. It has their account number, all the information. So they'll always have that available, and then they can just.
So they can have, now they have the portal, that they can get that information also on the portal.
Yes, it's not a bill paying portal. It's more to like look at your water consumption. But you will have your account number available right there on your phone, so you can just transfer it into
Okay,
City Hall system.
that's a way. I haven't downloaded that portal yet, so I need to look into it, because I mean, as far as I know, the only way that you can get the bills is making a phone call or or receiving the bill.
Yeah, I would recommend that everybody sign up for the customer portal, because you can set parameters based on your regular usage. If you have a leak, it sends you an email or a text message to let you know.
Can you
ahead
send
of
us that information to the councilors?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Was there a recent issue with the system that residents use to pay their water tax?
There was, yes.
Okay. That was brought up to me on Monday at the neighborhood meeting, and I had no idea about that. So anything,
Send an email.
I sent an email? Oh, so I apologize. So you did send an email, I just didn't see it. I was gonna ask for an email, so I
So there was
apologize.
a social media message that was sent out. It was just a temporary bug with the data that we had, so the file
Okay.
transfer didn't appropriately go there, so they just had to work something out on their end.
Okay, okay. I know they received the answer, but they were looking for another. It was resolved, but I was looking for more information, but that was sent already. Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor LaPlante.
Cameras, you've heard the story already. Do you have any?
Yeah, I think we have probably around a dozen cameras. We have them at each of our sewer pump stations. And then we have maybe we have a few at the reservoir, and then we have maybe 3 or 4 at Water Street.
Right.
Just for
Just be
security
aware of
purposes.
any application for them. We'll get in touch with you after next week, but we'll
Okay.
get more details on how we're gonna go forward on that. Enterprise Fund, again, help me, Enterprise Fund number 101. I don't remember how much money you're bringing in. All the money you're bringing in stays there. And does that also pay for salaries? These salaries are coming out of the general fund as opposed to the enterprise fund?
No, we're self-sufficient.
So all of the money that's from here, that's right. All the money from here comes from the money that you receive, revenues from the water. and
Correct.
sewer. Got it. And we've been talking a lot, about revenues and the new system and potential increases and all that, so, well,
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, let's move on to water operations.
So we had a reduction of $45,000 for salary and wages. That was a redlined position in the union. So once they retire, that person, that's Xed out of the union, but we utilize that money for the other position, for the billing analyst, some of it. And then we have, so longevity went down a little bit, just some collective bargaining increases for the salaries. Fuel prices, again, up. Electricity, we increased it by 25,000. The costs have been going up. Engineering and architectural, we increased it by 50,000. Primarily, we utilize a lot of those funds for stormwater. So like stormwater, when you develop a building, you need to have a stormwater plan. So we have a third-party agreement that they will have the plan reviewed. So it's a benefit for the city so we get reimbursed for that in the end, but we need to have it in the line item for right now. And then they also do like on-call work. So if we have like a huge, water emergency or something like that, we have an on-call contract, and then they will send an engineer out to oversee that type of work. So we have the professional services, that's our water treatment plant contract. So that just goes up by the CPIU, which is a consumer price index. So we increased that by 1.5%. So that ended up being $29,597. That's a 10-year contract that runs through fiscal year '28, I believe. Chemicals, we reduced it by 50,000, just because we didn't utilize as much funding as I thought from last year. So we can able to save a little bit there. And then the charcoal filters, which is our carbon filters at the plant, we rotate those out. We clean 2 and reactivate the carbon. That's for PFAS and cleaning the water. So though that went down, we went out to bid on that, and it came in a little bit lower, so we reduced that by 26,000. If you flip over then to page 167, that's our positions. There's really only, you see the craftsman position, it's -1. That was the redlined position for 46,000. But the only other change really is cross-connection inspector. We reduced it from 3 to 2, but we brought back the chief cross-connection inspector. So that was a position that was also redlined from years ago. But I believe that the city needs that position because it's a very important division in the department, protecting public health, and you need a leader in the office to run it for day-to-day operations.
All right, councilors, any questions pertaining to water operations? Seeing none, Commissioner, you know how I feel about your leadership and what you're doing, the work that you and your team are doing, and I do share the same sentiment as you. I believe this department in the future should be its own department with all the work that Water and Sewer does. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And I want to thank my
team.
team too, my administrative team and operations, everybody. I don't say it enough, so. And they showed up tonight. Louis is the construction supervisor. Derek's a new finance officer that you approved. The girls, on Water Street, they do an amazing job, and we got the bills out. That was, we had issues. Everybody works really, really hard, so I just appreciate that, so. And thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, councilors, that wraps up the FY27 budget hearing. As a reminder, we will have the special meeting on Monday, June 15th at 7 p.m. here in the City Council chamber. No, here in the City Council chamber, and also we have the 17th scheduled as in case we need it. So at this point, can I please have a motion to adjourn?
No, send it to the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I forgot. I did that last year. Can I have a motion to send this item to the full council as a committee report?
So move.
Motion has been made by the vice chair, seconded by the council president. Any further discussion on the FY27 budget? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes. Any nays? The ayes have it. Now can I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
A motion has been made. Is there a
Second.
second? Properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much, councilors, for the work that you did this year.